Hello, and welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition D&D campaign. We live stream our game every Sunday night starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch, and you can catch up on weekly sessions on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/pinwarp. Follow us, turn on notifications if you like what you see to see when we go live, and never miss an episode. My name is Corey, also known as Pinwarp2, and my players here are Andre, playing Elron, the ASMR monk. Liz playing Archie, an ASMR wizard. Brad playing Baz, Loxodon fighter. Ryan playing Blackwind, a half-orc ranger. Sean, who is joining us in a little bit, hopefully, playing Donaquin, a turtle druid. And John playing Jonah, gnome artificer. And with that out of the way, we will jump into our first session. Welcome everybody to the land of Chult, and the place where you'll most likely spend most of the campaign until your untimely death.
Yay!
But we're not in Chult yet. We're getting
we're on a boat.
Yeah. As far as recap, we made characters last session, and now we're going to start.
The boat Chult?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Star of Chult is the name of the boat.
Oh, okay.
The Chilton Star.
So we've been in Chult for a while.
John should subscribe so that he doesn't ever miss an episode. That's probably why he's not here.
Yeah,
and then you were so worried about saying Liz's name wrong, you said my name wrong.
What did I say? Oh, fuck. Aelan. Aelan?
Aelin. You said Aelrun.
Oh,
I don't know where
frick.
the R came from.
Oh, God, there's a typo in my OneNote. Oh, fuck.
Oh, man.
Okay.
That's what Blackman would do, is an ale.
Aelrun?
Fuck.
Got to change his name now. DM rules.
No, yeah, exactly.
It's because I went to high school with a guy named Aaron.
Aaron.
You mean Aaron?
No. He actually he pronounced his first name. He spelled it Aaron, but he pronounced it Aaron.
Aaron.
Well, it was spelled with two A's, but it was like Aaron.
Repeat the word, please.
So now, forevermore.
Airwing?
Airwing, yeah.
Aaron.
Did you use it in a sentence?
That's a viral.
Okay, so although we should be playing D&D, I saw, unfortunately, my hero of trivia, Alex Trebek, died today.
Yeah.
So, hats off to him, because he was on Jeopardy for, 45 years or something silly? It's too bad.
Yeah, since the early 80s.
Yeah. And with that, we'll jump into our D&D session.
I think that's like 84 thing.
Just set in the mood, downer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like
good
he was
dude.
pretty old.
He's Canadian, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was.
It's true, just like Aaron, my high school buddy.
Is he dead?
No, I hope not. God.
What have I done?
Andre.
Aaron, if you're listening, please contact me. I need to know. Okay, so you guys made your characters last time. You got a bunch of trinkets and you got a bunch of background information. And I guess we'll just jump into the session. So you guys are you're currently on the Coin Toss 2. And you are approaching the port of Port Nyanzaru. Is the largest port, and you've been probably over the last month or so on this journey across the Shining Sea, barring your one stop in Kalimshan, to resupply about halfway on the journey from Baldur's Gate. You probably spent much of the journey just kind of conversing with each other, getting to know each other a little bit, maybe talking with some of the other crew and some of the other passengers. To reiterate what I told you guys in session 0, as far as notable crew, there's obviously deckhands and swabbies and stuff, but I didn't name any of them. They're not important. There's 3. That sound. There's 3 NPCs here. Captain Tazlan Rilzir is obviously the captain. There's also a first mate. His name is Zaldar Flotion. He is a water genasi. And there is the bosun, who's also the medic, the chef, and the quartermaster. He's kind of an all-in-one jack of all trades. His name is Tharkil Morn, and he is a human, and he is also a priest of Torm. Torm being the god of, I believe, self-sacrifice, or just sacrifice.
Ooh,
And-
I mean, different meanings there.
Sac, we'll say it's self-sacrifice. He's a cool dude. So you guys have kind of probably talked with them a little bit. They've briefed you. They've been on this journey to Chult. You're not sure how many times exactly, but the seas haven't been open for that long, and it is a month-long journey. So probably 1 or 2 times anyways. Rocket, your head is not caught in the door. Just go.
Critical one.
I'm dying.
I can't get through. But there's one other NPC traveler, Undril Silvertusk. She is a half-orc, and she kind of has like bluish gray skin, similar in hue to Blackwind actually. Because you got kind of like bluish gray. Kind of.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's not. Whether she's related to your clan or the general area, you're not sure. But she could be like your sister. There's a pretty decent resemblance there, although she is not. You do not know who she is. But she is an Order of the Gauntlet. She's a priest. She's also a priest of Torm, as is Tharkel. So those two have gotten on quite well, actually. But she's a little rigid. She's a little, she's not super talkative. She's definitely, you can tell that she's had military experience, just the way she carries herself, and the way that she speaks, and she gives deference to like the captain on the boat and everything, and even going so far as to salute when he's on deck and that kind of thing. So you can definitely tell she has some sort of military experience, and from talking with her, you know at least a little bit about her. You know that she was supposed to be in a part of a larger force of Gilded Eye that went to Chult. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, she was left behind. So she kind of joined you guys in Kalimshan when you stopped there. That's a retcon from Session 0 when I said she was in Baldur's Gate, but the political tensions there don't really work very well with Gilded Eye and Baldur's Gate. So she joined you in Kalimshan, is where she managed to catch up with a boat going to Chult. And since then, so she's only been on the boat for like 2 weeks of this journey instead of the full month. But she told you that she is supposed to be meeting up with her commander, one Niles Breakbone, at a forward camp known as Camp Righteous. She doesn't really know all that much more than that, as far as like the lay of the land or what to expect in Chult, but that's her purpose, and probably through talking with her, I think she would have asked if it turns out you're heading in that direction, she wouldn't mind going as a group rather than alone in the jungle. However, she realizes your plans obviously supersede hers, so if you do end up going your own ways, that's up to you guys. So that's your kind of passengers, other than yourselves, the party. And so when we start, you guys are on this boat. You're just coming around into the Bay of Chult. And I'm just gonna resume Mr. Fred boat here.
Oh.
Oops. Fred boat, don't stop, please. Thank you. Watch, it'll switch to Guns N' Roses now because I didn't clear
Is that a bear?
So the sounds. I'll just describe what you guys see coming into the bay, and then we'll just briefly talk about just a couple things that I did in between sessions for each of you. But as you're approaching, you kind of start hearing hearing and seeing the sights and sounds of the port. But let me share something on Fantasy Grounds with you guys. I'm just going to switch us into performance mode. There we go. I have a... Let me make sure this isn't unmasked before I share it to you. Enable mask. Yeah, okay. Let me share this. This is your overworld map of Chult.
Where's the sunken treasure?
So, as you can see, the way I've got this map laid out, there are some pins that I've shared with you, and I'll go through them. The red line is the where the ship came into the port. This little white star is your current location on the map. So just coming into the bay. And then the green pins are some information that either the crew or yourselves would know as you're coming in. Everything else that's black is completely unknown to your characters or anyone you've talked to so far. So there is a lot of unknown out there. So as you can see, as you just go through the pins here, the ship route. If you click on any of these green pins, you'll be able to read the accompanying note. Oh, sorry, you have a question?
Sorry. I was just going to eat it straight from you.
So the ship route, the red line represents the rough path the Coin Toss 2 charted through the seas to reach Port Nyanzaru. The journey allows sight of Thresher's Hook Mountains in the northeast, before coming around into the Bay of Chult, sheltered under the Stormrack mountain range. So you can see Thresher's Hook is that mountain range down there. And they're just these huge barren shards of rock that climb very steeply to sharp points, with some kind of light jungle at the foothills, and then some beaches. And then there's this little peninsula full of like heavy jungle that you can see, that you just kind of would have seen as you come across here. And then as you come around, there is so the storm. This bay is sheltered because of this massive mountain range to the east there, or to the west there. And you would have probably seen a couple small like fishing boats as you're coming into the bay, mostly staying close to the shore or within a mile or two of the shore. But the waters, especially as you come into the lower part of the bay, which the captain would tell you that the lower part, like down here where you're just entering now, is known as Merchant's Bay. The locals also call it Ubtau's Gullet. But it's now, more recently, the people have started calling it the Merchant's Bay in honor of the merchant princes who run Port Nyanzaru. And there's two major rivers that feed into the bay from further inland. The river, and these are like massively, like impressive sized rivers, but they are on either side of Port Nyanzaru. They are the river Soshin Star and the river Tariki, which are both noted there at the mouths of the rivers. You guys can look at those if you like. I won't read all the little points, but you guys can read those if you like. And then Port Nyanzaru is right here on the tip, right in between where the two rivers kind of pour into the bay. So you are just coming into the bay. You can see over the open waters. It's a clear sky. You can see that there are like you can see overseas, just so you guys can get a rough idea of on this map how far you can see in general. Over open water, you can see about 50 miles or so, provided the weather's decent. So each of these hexes is about a 10-mile distance. So you can just see the port as you're coming into the bay here, over the water. So that's where we'll start. You're sailing into the bay. It'll probably be only about maybe half hour or so before you start coming into the actual city. So is there anything you guys would like to do? I assume at this point the party is probably, now that land is well in sight, you're You're probably gathered up on deck at this point, or maybe you're not. What you guys tell me?
I would be.
I definitely would be. I'm anxious to get back onto solid ground.
Yeah, yeah, I'd be up there with Araceli. I think you would notice too that like at the funeral, Aelin probably had slightly more like reserved clothing, but now that he's basically got everything he's wearing on his back, he's in like full monk garb, which is he's got like a hooded cloak that comes down with long sleeves, and he's got wraps that go up his arms and kind of cross over the sleeves, so the sleeves are tied down by the wraps. All kind of like fairly muted colors, and then just making sure that he has all his gear on him. You see he has two they look like basically just like axe heads attached to his wrists.
Cool.
Nice.
Is there a mop bucket or an open porthole so that I can get a good view?
Yeah. You probably would have. At this point in the journey, you've definitely got like a system set up so you can look at to look over the edge
or something.
Yeah. There's definitely you can see what's going on.
You want? I pick you up.
I like to think that Jonah's probably like found his way up to the crow's nest several times. Yeah.
Yep.
I think Baz would definitely be on the deck of the ship, sort of like, like taking in the land and making sure that all of his gear and belongings and everything are packed away. He wants to be ready. He doesn't want to hold anybody up, that kind of thing.
Araceli is probably currently dragging shit from below, getting it ready to take off the boat. So she's kind of going. She'd be ferrying back and forth with her bags and stuff, and like going through it, making sure everything's there. But at this one, when we like first kind of came in, she would be, taking everything in. So she probably like paused that to sort of, just like take in this new, we're finally here sort of thing. So I didn't really describe her last time, but she wears a big hat. She's got big glasses, and her clothing is quite reserved and more of kind of like Victorian Edwardian sort of, where she's got like the puffy sleeves, but like a tweed, like vest. And sort of stuff, like tall leather boots, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, if Baz had seen you like kind of like lugging stuff up, if by the time he'd gotten all of his stuff ready to go, he would have offered to help carry things. He knows that
No, thank you, Baz.
he's a big, strong dude.
Well, Blackwind, I guess, would be saying a prayer thanking the Earth Mother for guiding them safely to this land floating amongst the water.
Love it.
And he's wearing, he's quite scarred, by the way. I didn't mention that in the session one. Like, he's got some pretty serious scars, and he's got a bear tooth necklace, sorry. So it looks like it was something of a very large size that mauled him.
It mauled him.
And,
great.
Well, he won. You should see him.
We mauled him back.
Yeah. Where I come from, if bear mauls you, you maul bear.
Okay, at some point during the journey, Archie would have probably asked what where you got your scars. Like once she was comfortable enough that you wouldn't punch her in the face, at least from her perspective for asking, she probably would have been like, just in a curious way asking me. She's like, so how did you get all that?
How I got these
From yeah. Well, yeah, he's actually quite a pleasant guy to talk to. He's just very intimidating looking in a way, sort of, just from the scars. But he's more than happy to tell you the stories and share. He's not a very good. He's like monotone, though. I would imagine, just because he's not a great at presence for telling stories. So
Not
that
a good orator.
yeah, like that stereotypical science teacher that talks in the one voice.
Oh, Ben Stein.
Yeah.
Bueller.
like that style. Like he could make anything look not very exciting. I guess I don't know. Just
It was the biggest bear I'd ever seen.
yeah, exactly.
It had
But
7.
his presence isn't very for the size and scarring. He's just doesn't command a large presence. So
Are you,
yeah,
are you saying not to
from
judge an
hunting.
orc by his scars? So.
Yeah, well,
Good.
he likes to help. He's very helpful. So many hands make light work.
Is the captain about?
Yeah, Captain Rilzine strikes a commanding figure standing atop where the aft castle, I think is what it's called.
Forecastle?
Forecastle, yeah, with the wheel. Or is that the aft? Anyways, and he's just kind of like standing with a spyglass in one hand, looking out at the port, scanning the waves in between the boat and the port. He seems at ease, at least much more at ease than he was when you guys were just coming into sight of Chult. Now that you're in the bay, he seems to have relaxed and has a big smile on his face as he stares across the waters. Flotian, the first mate, is just behind him, and he's just kind of like checking some of the riggings and stuff.
I would like to hop off of my upturned mop bucket and try to climb up next to him and try to get his attention.
Okay.
And I would like to ask him where's his next destination after Chult.
And he looks down at you and he's like, well, my friend, we have barely just arrived. My next destination will be the closest tavern and the deepest barrel of ale that I can find. But after that, well, we'll have to see what opportunities arise in the port. I imagine we'll probably stay about a 10-day in the port, and then having replenished our morale and our stores, probably head back towards Baldur's Gate, most likely. So far, it's been rather profitable, this run, bringing brave adventurers like yourselves to these distant shores.
And roosters, apparently.
I would then reach into my jacket pocket and pull out a big grouping of letters and ask if he could deliver it, see if it could make its way to Halls Creek, which is a small town outside Baldur's Gate.
He's like, Halls Creek. He's like, and he kind of looks at, like, how many letters are we talking? Like a big stack, or?
One for every day we've been at sea.
Okay. He kind of looks and he's like, oh, journaling your days at sea, are we?
Oh, well, I saw 3 mermaids, so.
He's like, really? He seems like wide-eyed, like, really? Whereabouts?
Oh, about 3 days back.
Oh, he's like, oh, we'll never catch them.
I'd ask if they're good eats.
And Flotian behind you is obviously close enough to overhear the conversation. He kind of grunts and scowls. He's like, you don't be bad saying stuff like that about the maidens of the sea. Bad omens. And he kind of spits on the deck and just kind of glowers at you a little bit. Tazlan says, you know what? Bring him down to Tharkle in the hold. I'm sure that he'll keep track for you. Probably give you a decent courier rate, too.
Yeah. Can I go find Tharkle?
Sure.
And I would ask him if he could see to my letters that they would make it home.
Yeah, Tharkle is down deeper in the hold. Finding him is relatively easy. The boat's not that big. But while you're doing that, is anyone else doing anything else? The port's rapidly getting larger as you come closer.
If my stuff is up, she would have pulled out like a big tripod and set it up and like put a spyglass on top of it just to like survey the port from way back here.
Okay, give me a dexterity check.
You got it.
First roll of the campaign.
Oh shit!
That tripod's going in the ocean.
I mean, the seas aren't that rough, but there are waves. There are waves.
Roll a natural 1 or a natural 20.
Yeah. Anything else, redo. Yeah.
All right. So yeah,
Pretty close.
With seemingly practiced ease, you set up in such a way that even the rocking deck allows you a decent view, and you're able to see the port in much greater detail now that you've got a spyglass to look through. I will describe what you see. Anyone, as you're doing this, though, is anyone else doing anything?
I would just be kind of surveying the port as we approach, just keeping an eye out if it. Not that I really know what to look for, but I'm just looking to see if it seems like there's people expecting us, or kind of, in case there's anybody that we might need to be interfacing with when we get off this boat.
Okay. Well, the port's still rather small for you in the distance, but as you're getting closer, I'll let you know if you see that. Actually, give me just a quick perception check as well. I'll use that once you get closer. What about Baz or Blackwind? Anything?
Go ahead, Ryan.
I would have been. I guess I'd just be checking, watching the any landmark type things, right? Paying attention as we're coming in.
Sure.
Paying attention to the land, anyways.
Getting that knowledge of the land for your Outlander
type idea, yeah. And just a good thing to do. Seems how I do tend to travel around in the boonies. So.
Yeah. So I mean, sure. Sounds good. So a couple things that. Well, first, Baz, what are you doing? Anything?
Baz, after seeing Archie setting up her telescope, and having a pretty, keen or rather high level of curiosity about like the land that they're going to, is sort of just like standing there, like kind of like with his hands behind his back, sort of like rocking back on his feet a little bit in a like he wants to use the spyglass too, but is being polite and not like saying like, hey, he's hoping that Archie will let it as well.
I just imagine like when you go to like one of those like sightseeing like lookouts, and someone's like using like the coin operated binoculars, and someone's just kind of behind like, you done?
Kind of.
Anything good over there?
He's like, he knows that this belongs to her. He's not like, this isn't. He's just maybe.
I mean, if I hear him say anything like that, I would absolutely offer.
I don't think Baz would.
But if he doesn't say anything,
but he's definitely hovering.
I
don't know.
There's an elephant in the room.
And just FYI, Brad, I think your camera froze for some reason. Your video, just so you know.
The jungle got him.
Just FYI. While actually, Ryan, if you can also give me a perception check.
Gotta get my character sheet. It's buried.
Yeah.
Perception into the tower, which is buried.
Doesn't need to be in the tower, but if you want to, it's up to you.
Oh, it's not hidden. Sorry.
Nah. Yeah. I mean, and remember from last session, the whole thing. Like, if you wanted to throw things into the tower for hidden rolls, feel free, or insight checks as well. But yeah, for active rolls, I'll let you know whether it's in the tower or not. Cool, nice. Dual 17s and a 20. You guys are rolling good so far. Okay, so.
So yeah, when I noticed that Baz is hovering, it would probably take me a couple minutes to
that's
notice.
Fine. That's totally fine.
But once she finally did, she would absolutely offer the spyglass to see if you wanted to look.
All right.
And go ahead, Corey.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
And I'm gonna say right now, Baz has an accent, but I've had so little time to really like sit down and think about exactly how I want him to be that I haven't pinned it down yet. So for tonight, he's just my voice. But know that he's got a deep, some sort of European accent, and I'll get there. But
haven't locked it in yet.
So yeah,
I'm shooting for the Russian Eastern European Arnold thingy.
It's definitely a deep voice because he's a big huge element. Yeah. But he's like, would it be okay if I took a look through that?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
please.
Geez, thanks. And I'm gonna like try and lean down, but it's probably kind of a bit low for me.
And I would have backed up.
And I don't want to. I don't really want to get on my hands and knees to do it, so I'm just gonna pick up the whole thing with my trunk. With my trunk and just bring it up to my eye. And just hold it with my trunk.
Nice. Down below decks, Jonah, there are deckhands and things running around, just kind of securing cargo and like taking stock of inventory. Tharkil is in the midst of it all, just kind of like barking orders out in a jovial way. He's a pretty nice guy. He's a big fat human with kind of a partially balding head. He does have an eye patch. He's not so much doesn't really look like a pirate. He really looks like an accountant, frankly. He doesn't strike an intimidating figure at all. But he turns as he sees you enter the hold, and I guess you've got your letters. You're going to ask him to.
Yeah, I would go up to him. I would ask him if he could keep track of it and deliver it to Baldur's Gate, and then later on to Hills Creek or Halls Creek.
And he kind of like takes it, and he kind of like looks at the letters and kind of almost like he's weighing the weight of them, even though they can't possibly make a difference on this boat. He's got this kind of look like and he kind of like quickly like leafs through them to see how many there are, and he's like yeah, absolutely, we can do that. Might have to hire a third party from Baldur's Gate because you don't usually leave the city when we're in port, but if you don't mind that, of course that'll add slight to the expenses, but I think we can do the whole bundle for probably, I don't know, call it 2 gold? Seems fair.
2 gold.
Yeah.
How about 1 gold? It doesn't exactly weigh much.
Give me a persuasion or diplomacy.
I would 1 gold, and I will throw in a free, slightly used wand. I'll rummage through my stuff, and I'll find one that like lights up.
Okay, he looks at it, and I imagine that
below decks it's pretty dark down here.
Yeah, I imagine that Tharkel's kind of the type of guy that if you've been playing with these at all during the journey near him, he's probably been like not trying to be like paying attention, but trying to make it seem like it's not obvious that he really is interested in what you've got. So when you pull one out and say that, he's like sold, absolutely sold. I mean, I'm sure we can accommodate. We can, yes.
I mean, I guess, sure.
Yeah.
And he like
bargain.
He kind of like snatches the wand. If you like offer it to him, he snatches it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And he kind of wanders over. He doesn't even wait for you to hand him the gold. He just like is fascinated with this wand and takes the letters and like wanders over to like a safe box and puts them in and starts playing with it.
Very cool. Before I leave, I would ask if he had any good rumors about Chult? Have they heard anything from the crew? Any good stories?
Tharkle kind of thinks for a bit, and he's like, well, I mean, don't let it shock you, but I hear and I've seen that they use some pretty large and, let's say, exotic beasties. If you're thinking oxen or horses, you're not going to find them in Port Nyanzaru. You'll see what I mean.
Excellent. Then I will turn around and go back up deck.
Cool. Meanwhile, on deck, you guys are getting closer to the port. Blackwind, you're looking around. You can see over to the east. So the Stormrack Mountains are like huge, rocky, jagged like cliffs. It's kind of like a very short amount of like kind of like scrubland and kind of like hilly, like kind of sparse forest. There are rocky beaches, but probably within only a couple miles, it gives way to almost like sheer, like jagged rocks. Pretty much impassable. You're looking at them going, yeah, we are not climbing. We're not going that way. No matter what, you don't imagine anybody in their right mind could make it through those mountains without some serious experience in mountain climbing and geared appropriately. And there's a constant, like you can see up at the top of the mountains, there's like what you probably assume, you're pretty naturey, like you've seen this phenomenon before, but clouds just kind of gather around the peaks. And it looks like right now you can see like that haze in the distance, like rain, and you can see like many actually rivers and waterfalls like running down and emptying out into the bay. Over on the other side though, with a 17, you did notice actually, as you were coming into the bay, if I can get an arrow to work, over here, oops, you see where I'm pointing?
Yeah, I saw that.
Over there, you did spy what looked like some sort of very small, like, it looks like maybe a small fort, as well, like some docks and like a couple small boats docked there. But very, like, way off in the distance, you didn't get any detail of them, but you think there's probably some sort of encampment there.
Is there somebody nearby that I could, like one of the sailors or crewmen or whatever, that ask them if they know?
I mean, Flotian and the captain are both on the upper deck where you guys are. So
I point over there and I ask them what is this? What's this over there?
Who are you asking, Flotian or the captain?
Oh, the captain. Sure, I'll address the captain.
Real Zine, or he kind of like, or Real Zier, Tazlan is his first name. Gotta get that right. Tazlan kind of turns, sweeps over with his spyglass, and he's like, what's that now? And you get a sense just looking at him that he's definitely a lot looking as far as you're pointing. Like he's looking at like this point right here, and he's just it's just rock, my friend.
I try to describe out beyond on the far peninsula. I don't know. I'll try to describe to him where to look, sure, straight out with the spyglass.
Sure, and it takes him a moment, and then he's like, "Oh, yes, of course." He's like, "Well, assuming it's still there, that's the landing point for. There's a Flaming Fist encampment out that way, Fort Belwarian."
Okay.
I'd steer clear. Well, not steer clear, but just watch yourself if you head up that way.
Very well.
And so that's. I'm actually kind of happy that you looked specifically around the sites of landmarks, because it's not something you would just pick up without a roll that you made there. So good job, Ryan. As you're coming in, Archie and Baz, you're the first ones to really see it because you've been watching, but you're kind of getting into a narrower part of the bay as Port Nyanzaru comes into mostly full view. The port, you can see, is a so first I should say, like, right now it's a pretty clear day, but there has been for the last week or so. There are always clouds especially gathering around the mountains. And rains, as you've come closer and closer and further south, are becoming more and more frequent. Like there's probably not a day gone by in the last like 10 days where it hasn't rained 2 or 3 times. And even as you're coming in now, you can see like a slight haze kind of moving this direction from probably from the west, like blowing in towards the mountains. The other thing that you've noticed, especially in the last like 10 days or so, since you left Kalimshan, is the heat and humidity and as you're coming closer into the land here, has become substantial. Like it is like sticky hot. Your clothes are probably like nobody gets away with just hanging out in the heat in any sort of, especially if you've got any heavy clothing. It's definitely like you're building up a sweat, or not really a sweat so much as just a general stickiness. For anybody who's been to a tropical location, you probably know what I'm talking about. Like if you've been to like Florida or Hawaii, which I think a lot of you probably have, or in that general area. It's not like a dry heat. It's very sticky and humid. And you've probably also noticed that just breathing is a little bit harder than it has been, just because of the level of humidity. It probably will take you a little while to become acclimated to the change in humidity and temperature. But that said, one other thing to note, just in regards to heat and humidity, in particular, I think the only character this affects right now is Baz, because you're in heavy armor. It is not comfortable.
Yeah.
Like
I would probably start like commenting on that, being like, "Oh, like where I'm from, it's hot, but it's a dry heat. You know what I mean? It's like a dry heat. This is like I'm walking through soup." Oh, and not a good soup. Oh, I love soup. But
Like she'd have like her sleeves like rolled up to the elbows and whatnot. Like she's got like a little like a necktie that's like for sweat, so she's not like. But she's visibly uncomfortable, but she refuses to take off her tweed vest.
Yeah, and I would say probably, especially for any characters that aren't used to a landscape like if you're from Baldur's Gate, if you're from the Sword Coast in the north, like it's like being from Canada and going down to Florida. Like that's the difference in climate. Unless you're from like southern, like way south, like near the borders of Am, but even that's probably like several orders of magnitude drier. The only thing that's making it kind of bearable right now is the fact that there is this breeze coming in and this kind of ocean spray. If it wasn't for that, yeah, it would be uncomfortably hot. And you can imagine that spending a lot of time, especially just exposed to the sun and in any sort of physical exertion, heat stroke would be a worry. Anyone trained in survival probably is already thinking about ways to cope with this kind of heat if you're going to do anything physically exerting.
Well, I got to see some rivers, so it looks like there's plenty of fresh, more than likely fresh water, hopefully. So.
Yeah, if he points that out, Archie would be like, "Oh, right," and then she would start like looking around at the shoreline to try and sort of memorize what
I will point out where,
and she'd be like taking notes.
Okay, like there, over there, see? No, not there, over there.
And she's like every time you point out anything, she's 100% there, like staring at it and being like, "Yes, like she's right there with So she's trying to just like make some notes about like.
And I point out the settlement again to her if she never caught it.
Yeah, it'll be out of sight by now, but you definitely saw it before you rounded the bend.
Okay, or I at least let her know where.
Okay.
On her drawing.
I'd like sort of sketch like the bay and like point to it like on a flat. You've seen her playing with maps before. She does that a lot. Making notes in like a book, big book.
And as you guys are making these notes, you're coming into the port now. So on the overland map, I've just put you into the square with the port in it. So that's where you are now. Why'd the music die?
I feel like Baz would be like going to the part of the deck that is closest to the water and like trying to like lean over and see if his trunk will reach the water. It probably doesn't. It's probably too high. But the idea being he wants to try and suck up some water and then spray his face.
Love it.
Salt water.
Hey, it's cold.
Cool. It's gonna be cooler than your sweat.
If Baz is successful, Jonah would tug on his armor and ask for a spray as well.
Okay, before we get into the port or anything else, I'm just gonna say right now, I love our group.
I hand you a bucket and a rope.
It gets swept away because the boat's moving too fast.
Oh no, I'll never have a bucket.
You can use it as a helmet.
That was Jonah's step stool.
Hopefully it wasn't the other stool.
Oh,
All right.
It's really quiet today, though.
Damn you, Fred. Why'd you stop? Okay, I fixed it.
I'd also offer the spyglass to you, Aelin.
So, I think actually, I don't think you could reach the water, but
I definitely doubt it, but I would.
Sure. Actually, if you were doing that, I think Flotion would come over and he just kind of like gestures to the water and like a spout of water comes up and just like splashes over you.
Show off.
Water genasties can shape water.
In before it goes away, and then I would just spray Jonah with it.
yeah. And then I would go after Genasi and see if I could sell him a wand. Want to buy a wand?
Flotion kind of looks at you. He's like, "Better luck with Darkle."
For sure. In general, there's two things I would probably done on the journey. Was one, try to sell wands to everybody multiple times, and then two, ask about the masthead on the front of the ship and what the meaning was.
Sure. The masthead is, I think Tazlan would probably tell you. He'd recount the tale of, and he'd probably, you guys played through it, but the whole battle with the Kraken, he doesn't make a lot of mention of the other party or the other, like, you guys, essentially, but he definitely plays up his part, battling with the fierce Kraken and all of this, but he would explain how his ship was damaged heavily, and he would explain as well that several of his crew members were rescued by the figure depicted in the masthead. I think specifically, if I'm remembering correctly, I think specifically you did save the captain and the first mate. Did you not? I think you did. When you turned into Eagle. Yeah.
Picked him up.
Well, I mean, not that the first mate was in danger of dying, like from drowning because water genasi, but he still, Kraken, poison in the water and all that, and the storm. So he definitely plays it up like it was this fierce battle, like ramming the Kraken with the mast and fighting off waves and waves
instead of them just fleeing.
He probably describes it like, in Pirates of the Caribbean where the boats are like swirling around that gigantic whirlpool, like firing on each other and all that. He's probably like definitely like takes it to another level that is less than believable, but
Wow.
he insists that that's just one of his many adventures on the high seas.
And sort of to tie it in, at the end of the story, I would take out a wand of pyrotechnics and like have a little firework come out and be like, "This is great against krakens, real cheap, only used twice."
I think the captain would probably probably actually. No, I would say the captain probably would refer you to Tharkle. I think that's one of the running themes in the crew is when you're trying to sell them wands, they're like, maybe try Tharkle. But
Okay.
So the city as it comes into view, let's see. So under this blazing sun, the familiar sounds of a harbor, creaking ropes, slapping waves, heavy barrels rolling across cobblestones, mingle with voices shouting and cursing in an unfamiliar language. It's kind of a sing-songy language that makes it sound almost musical. The aroma actually hits you from the town. Unfamiliar spices, tropical fruits, wharfside smells of fish, tar, and canvas. And the music died again. Oh, it's back.
Yep, it's back.
Beyond all of that, Port Nyanzaru is an explosion of color. The buildings are painted bright shades of blue, green, orange, and salmon pink. Or you can see the walls are adorned with murals in bright, vivid colors, portraying giant reptiles and what seems to be mythical heroes in battles. Every building sports baskets and clay urns of colorful flowers, or is draped in leafy flowering vines. Minstrels in bright clothing adorned with feathers and shells perform on street corners and along the docks. Multicolored pennants and sun awnings flutter atop the city walls. A crowd of children dressed in feathered hats and capes races past the docks, squealing in delighted terror as what seems to be a street performer on stilts, costumed as a big-toothed lizard, stomps and roars behind them. The whole city seems to be bustling, sweating, laughing, swearing, and singing as you approach. I have a player map of Port Nyanzaru.
Oh shit, we're gonna fight? Oh.
Dibs on the children.
So
I don't think the bird guy was stilts.
as you come in, I think Flotion more than the captain would probably kind of like this is as you're coming around the bend. So you guys are up in the top right now. Again, I've got a little star just showing where you currently are in the city. You can see a few things. So I'll just describe them kind of in order that you would see them, because you're kind of coming in from like the top left and then like circling around towards the harbor. So you would have seen over on the left-hand side here what looks to be like wisps of like green and yellow like smoke rising up, but they're behind hills, so you can't really see what it's coming from. You also see what looks to be like ruins. So there's walls, as you can see, and there's a few buildings outside the walls in the north, but you can also see what peeking up kind of above the hills. You can see what looks to be like apexes of like stone, like pyramidal structures that look far older than the walls that surround the city. Kind of covered in vines and stuff. You can see them down there. And as you come around, you can see that the city itself is kind of 4 large hills. And you can see different things on top of the hills, but I'll describe as you come around. So right here, as you're coming around the point, there is a sitting on top of like a rocky formation, joined to the mainland by a short bridge of stone. There is a kind of beautiful building It looks like some sort of temple. The only way on is that walkway, or there's like a small enclosed port, which is a single boat in it. There's steep steps winding up from the docks into from the small harbor. From a distance, the roof of this building seems to float in midair, but as you get closer, you realize it's an illusion created by mirrors lining the outer walls. They kind of just reflect the surrounding sea, so it makes this kind of like, what's the word? Optical illusion. There's a beautiful arched bridge leading across the channel to the island, and you can see as you get relatively close passing by, the bridge isn't high enough above the water for boats to go underneath, other than like maybe some canoes or rowboats. The ship you're on definitely wouldn't be able to fit through that channel. It's too narrow, probably too shallow too. But as you're heading around, you can see that the channel, the bridge that leads across it, is covered with images of beautiful birds, and there's also flowers, and it is entwined with colorful vines. You also hear and see, as you get closer, thousands, it seems, of small wind chimes made of carved wood or seashells that just kind of tinkle in the breeze, which fills the air with kind of this like chiming kind of music.
Lovely.
It's all a bit much, isn't it?
And I would, if I heard that, I would like turn around with a big smile on my face. Is like, I know.
I was
So
like,
many noises.
aren't
So
you
many people.
leaning to the mirrors, being like, Baz, you see that?
They're
It's
so big.
cool.
How do they get that? How do they make a mirror bigger than me?
Well, I thought it was magic and floating, and I was like, whoa, that's really cool. But then we got closer, and it's not, and that's even more cool.
I will say though, at some part of the day, that thing is going to be blinding everybody.
Too much people. Too much noise.
Well, actually, when you say that, she starts like calculating in her head where she thinks like the movement of the sun would be and how it would reflect.
Yeah, I'm with you, Blackwind, but I mean, if nothing else, it'll be easy to blend in with all these people.
Yeah,
I
I'd be
look
like, yeah,
down.
standing next to Baz.
I'm like,
I mean, listen, he's probably not going to be the weirdest thing there.
Baz is. I mean, what?
What if they want to eat him, though?
No.
The captain who's nearby, as you hears you guys like talking about this structure, he would point out and he would say, yes, it's a beautiful structure. It's a temple to Sune.
Yeah, do I know who that is?
I don't know. Anybody have religion that they want to make a check?
I do. If I can get to my character sheet.
under the layers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Archie, you must have skipped that day in class, but
Yep.
Aelin, you recall Sune is a fairly prominent goddess. She is, you would know with a 15 that she's known as also as Firehair or Lady Firehair, also known as the Lady of Love. Her kind of domains and tenets are beauty, love, passion, cleanliness, art, and poetry. Yeah, so that's what you know about Sune.
It's a love god.
Love? You think
Yeah.
that you think the people go there to like fornicate?
Worship.
I don't know. I've never been here. I don't know what it is.
You have to go temple to fornicate. We just
I don't
go
know.
do it in tents.
They have strange customs here, Blackwind. It's okay. You'll get used to it.
And as you kind of this while you're going by, you're kind of heading down. You see what looks to be a large, kind of stone. What do you call this thing?
Seawall?
Breakwater?
A seawall, yeah, that leads out to, well, first of all, kind of sticking out, kind of overlooking where you're coming in. There's what looks to be like a large, kind of stately building, and you can see that there are two on the rooftops, like on kind of on like rooftop balcony, basically covered with like this big, kind of probably bright green, like tarp to keep the sun off. There are a handful of what look like soldiers of some sort, and kind of just like very light armor, and they are manning what looks like two large, like what are they called, ballista.
Trebuchets.
No, not trebuchets, but ballista.
Siege towers.
So
Battering rams.
and as you kind of come around to the mouth, you see that there's two structures. What looks to be a lighthouse. There's a flame burning atop, which is kind of a dull purplish color. It seems to be flickering away. And there's a column of kind of colored purplish smoke rising from it. You also notice that at the base, it kind of like widens. So it's not, you know how like a lot of lighthouses are like these cylindrical structures. This is almost like a very thin, like a very thin pyramid. So it's kind of got like four
Obelisk.
straight. Yeah, it's like four straight sides instead of like a rounded structure. And then at the top there's this purplish flame. You also notice at the base there is a couple something that looks almost like a tool shed and like a almost like a pig pen, it looks like. And you can see a small like shack kind of built like right up against the one side of it. And above, on that same side where the shack is, which is the one facing out to the ocean, you can see a huge, like, painted mural on the one side that would probably pique Aylin's interest, because it's almost an exact replica of the symbol that's on that little key of yours, but in very large.
Wait, the maze symbol?
Mm-hmm. It's like this huge, like, maze-looking circle thing painted on the side of the lighthouse. There's a large chain with a winch and pulley structure attached to the building on the other side, across from the lighthouse, what looks to be like a big fort. It also has two large, like, mangonels on top. But the chain currently is lowered so that ships can pass in and out of the harbor. But it would be pretty quick for someone to raise that chain up and block any ships from entering the inner harbor. Just so there's a sense of scale, the cliffs that kind of surround these, there's walls at the top of most of them, and the walls are probably about 20 to 30 feet high in most places. The cliffs themselves are probably also about 20 feet high. And they're pretty jagged and slick with constant crashing waves against them, kind of splashing. And
So we're looking up at it.
Yeah, like from our vantage point, we actually can't really see much of the city itself.
Not very well until you come around the corner into the harbor. Like, once you're here, this seawall isn't that high. Like, the seawall is probably only, like, you could probably see over the seawall when you're on the top of the ship. So, and you can see this building as well. But yeah, actually seeing beyond the walls is pretty difficult, which is why most of it was blacked out. But the reason why all this to the south and everything isn't is because as you're coming into the harbor, you can see pretty much everything. A few other things to note, because there's a lot going on in this place. So there is, yeah, let's just do a circle here. So we talked about this building, some sort of like, looks like an office building or something, like some sort of like important looking building. Lighthouse, the fort. Just to the south of the fort, you just barely get a glimpse of it beyond the fort, but there's some sort of like large kind of silvery domed structure with like it looks like a glass or like roof that's quite large beyond the fort, just down there. You also see as you're coming in, probably the first thing that catches your eye as you're coming in is right in the center of the harbor. There is a statue, quite large. It's on like a small looks like a man-made pillar that protrudes from the water. If it was like from like base from like foot to top, it's probably like about, I would say, like 40 feet high, in the middle of the harbor. It looks to be a representation of some sort of king or ruler in kind of this full like regalia. So it's got like large kind of like pauldrons with like skulls and horns on them, as well as a large headdress that seems to be made of like kind of spikes and kind of a partial mask that covers the top part of his face, as well as like large, almost like peacock-like feathers that spray out over the back. A headdress.
Is that familiar?
Familiar? No. He's got shells and large like teeth draped across, almost like bandoliers across his chest, and then just kind of like a loincloth. Other than that, he's not clothed. And he has a cape. Looks to be made of some sort of fur and like tails of animals, like kind of woven together. And he's holding a large oval shield and a strange-looking sword. At least it looks like a sword or hatchet of some sort. It looks like it's fairly long, like the length of a longsword, but the end of it kind of stretches out to like a T. And it looks to be, I mean, it's all made of stone, the statue, but it is painted, and looks to be relatively freshly painted. The statue itself doesn't actually look that old. It probably is not like original, like ancient construction. This is probably relatively recently made, and it's kept up like with paint.
So some of the construction that we're seeing, like the mirrors on the tower and that glass dome, is that like, would you see that sort of thing in Baldur's Gate or Waterdeep, or is that like, like super fancy town construction?
I mean, it's definitely high quality craftsmanship, but it wouldn't be unheard of in big city like Baldur's Gate. Like glass is frequent,
but
mirrors
to that scale.
I mean, no, it's definitely like, if not awe-inspiring, very impressive in the scale of that it's been used, and the I guess know-how to create the optical illusion effectively using the mirror to make it look like it's actually like floating. Yeah, it's definitely impressive. But there are equally impressive feats of architecture in cities like Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep as well.
Sure.
The art looking around, just around the harbor from like the buildings and stuff that we can see, does the what is the architecture like? Is it reminiscent of things we've seen, like people built it when they came here, or does it look like it's native to this land?
It's a kind of a mixture of old and new construction. You can see that a lot of the buildings, the foundations look older than the buildings around them. Some of the walls look older in sections. So it definitely looks like this was probably an ancient port city that has since become kind of a vibrant, relatively modern city.
Okay.
I'm just as we're going, I'm sharing a couple things.
I'm kind of imagining it a little bit like something like Shanghai, where there's a lot of modern, stuff in it, but then there are a lot of very old architecture buildings there too.
Mm.
Yeah. So just completing the loop. Down here, you can see what looks to be some sort of like there's like a large fountain, but just beyond the fountain, in view of the docks, you can see what the heck is that? You can see what looks to be some sort of like market, and there's tons of like smaller ships on the like on like this area down here. That looks like mostly like fishing vessels, smaller fishing vessels, and there's people like hauling in like barrels of fish and catches, and most of them seem to be heading in that direction. So maybe there's some sort of like food or fish market down that way. Over.
I was just sorry. I was just going to say that catches Baz's attention. Big time.
Yeah. And over on the left here, which is technically straight south because the map is kind of on its side. North is to the right on this map because you're coming in from the north into the south. Just, because it's easier that way to rotate frickin' north where it's not at the top of the map. Just so it messes me up every time I say directions instead of left and right. But to your left, I guess, as you're looking at this map here, this looks to be a massive like harbor district of some sort. Warehouses, lots of big like container ships and like larger like merchant vessels and that kind of thing. And people hauling like crates and barrels and things and wheelbarrows and stuff off of the docks there. Here to the north looks like a massive dry dock, which is currently empty, but even though it could fit like very large like galleon-sized ships, and there's smaller berths as well for smaller ships. But there's a whole bunch of like you can see like planks and like carpenters like sawing wood and just big barrels of pitch and tar and sailmakers and all that kind of stuff is kind of clustered around in this area.
That's what it's building ships.
Mm-hmm. Building or repairing.
Yeah.
There's another kind of seawall here. This area here seems to be what looks to be more wealthy looking ships.
It's the yachts.
And you can see that there are, just walking along both the seawall and along those docks especially, there are patrols of what looks like soldiers. Now the soldiers, as I call them soldiers, but they're not in like a uniform really. You can tell they're all kind of like policing the area, and they walk in groups of like 2 to 5, just kind of moving through the crowd, obviously watching what's going on in general. But up in this area, they're like, they look more like they're guarding the docks. And they carry like these long spears, some of which have like hooks on the end, and other than that, and also like these broad bladed like short javelins, and similar oval, like large wooden oval shields that are almost like tower shield in length but thinner, and they're made of wood, similar to like the statue is holding. And they kind of patrol around and that kind of thing. There is beyond just the immediate vicinity of the docks, up on the hills. So there's 4 major hills. Actually, one more thing on the docks. Right here, there's a large stone building with what looks to be a large bronze like wheel above the door. But it looks like a square block. It's very out of place with the rest of the architecture. It's just like this plain stone block, very large. There is like black smoke coming out of several chimneys on the top of it, and there's a large like not a wooden, but a large like brass wheel like directly above the door. You could make a religion check to know more about that symbol, if you like.
Oh. I would like. Never seen that before.
Yeah, Alan, you're not sure.
Come on. Mine's lagging like crazy.
Is it?
Oh. There we go. Oh.
Ooh.
First nat 20 of the
Nat
campaign.
20.
Woo!
Well, you immediately pick it out. This is definitely a it looks like a temple to Gond, the god of artifice and creation. A gnomish god.
Surprised Jonah didn't know that one.
Jonah
Busy
was
selling wine.
actually, that's a good point. Jonah, you would probably recognize that immediately.
I was keeping it to myself. I was testing them.
Having seen some of these kind of pseudo guards around the city, I would just take a moment to step over to Tazlan and be like, "So what can you tell us about these guards that we're kind of seeing walking around? Do you know anything about how they work in this city?"
He nods, he's like, and he kind of looks at you with like a kind of a sly look, and he's like, "Why? You planning on getting into trouble?"
I'm just trying to avoid any trouble.
He's like, yeah, I gotcha. And he kind of gives you like that like wink wink. And he's like, well, yeah, they're all in the employ of the Golden Council, the merchant princes that run this place. Mercenaries mostly. I wouldn't call them a military force. They kind of do policing. But I will tell you that they look very poorly on crime in the city. The merchant princes make it a point of pride that crime is very low, mainly because a lot of crime is punishable by a quick jaunt down an executioner's run. I'd avoid that place unless you like bloodshed. He's like, but yeah, they're friendly enough, and they know the city well, so I mean, asking them for directions if you need to find something, they'll probably be able to point it out to you. So, and you guys are kind of probably getting closer. The ship actually starts turning in towards the more wealthier section. It looks like they're heading towards this dock here to dock. And the other thing you can kind of see in the city is down obviously right on the coast. Obviously, it's a port, right? But there's 4 major hills. There is a large hill right here. You can see that just beyond the Temple of Gond, there's what looks to be like a large like stone staircase leading up beyond the taller walls. But they're not like shallow hills. Like these are pretty like steep hills. They're almost like plateaus. And you can see that above, sticking out above the walls, in the center there, that little circle, there is another large kind of domed structure. It's not glass, but it's large and domed and has sticking at the top like a circle that is carved in the shape of an eye. So it looks like an eyeball sticking on top of this dome structure that sticks up above the walls. Over on the left-hand side, an even steeper but smaller hill, there is a kind of a walkway here that connects the two, but you can see another domed building that sticks out above the top. It looks like some sort of like palace, and it's got like this big golden dome. And on the top there is a flag that's kind of cut in half. It's got orange on the bottom, green on top, and there are 7 like golden starbursts arranged on the flag.
They sure do like their domes here.
You can also see just above the wall at the back part of the like warehouse district as you're coming in, you can see like what looks to be not a dome, but like the point of like what looks to be like a large canvas tent that has several like colored streamers that are designed. They're just fluttering like these long like colored streamers that blow in the wind, and just multicolored like rainbow like streamers at the top. So some sort of large tent beyond the walls over there. The other 2 hills are to the south. A smaller hill here, which you can't really see what's in it. But there are. It's probably it's the tallest structure in the city. It's very steep, and you can see like the steep staircases kind of switch backing up towards the top, and buildings like built into like the levels, with like lots of like ladders and stairways in between them. And then the final hill is over here, and it has another large, like a very large, probably larger than the other ones, domed building as well, that seems to have like multicolored like stained glass in the dome, and that one has a golden like cap on the top, and then on top of that there's like trees growing that are like flowering and have like kind of like what looks like trinkets or ornaments kind of like hanging down and blowing in the wind. So beyond the city,
stay here.
Beyond the city,
great.
further out to the south, the land rises up like in elevation as you get further and further away from in any direction on land. So any way inland will involve, not like super steeply, but will involve either going through like valleys in between hills but at a steady elevation. So the rivers, traveling up them at least this close to the coast, they'd probably be quite fast and going the wrong direction if you're trying to go inland.
Does that 7 starburst motif, does that remind me of anything?
Make a history roll. You might know this if you did your homework before you left. Yep. Yeah, you recognize it as the kind of de facto. Chult isn't really a nation, but the port city, it is like the symbol depicting, each of the starbursts depicts one of the 7 merchant princes of the city.
Okay.
So
is that the name? That's the Golden Council?
The Golden Council, yeah. So that probably
would be like Nyanzaru's flag.
Yeah.
More than Chult's. Okay.
Yeah, Chult is like the region land. It's not like a nation.
Right. Yeah.
Although the people generally call themselves Chultan, at least to your knowledge.
Sure.
They don't call them like Nyanzaruites or whatever. Yeah, and as you're pulling in to the berth, and the first mate, Flotian, would probably approach you all. You've kind of probably got, at this point, all your stuff kind of gathered to like depart the boat. You've already fully paid your journey. You don't have to worry about settling up or anything like that.
I should hope so. I don't have much money.
Do we have to tip?
Did you say you were, after this, you were going to go back to stuff that happened on the boat, Corey?
Yeah, I think so. Just a little bit before you actually get off the boat. But one thing that so Flotian would probably just, as you're approaching, he says, "All right, welcome to Port Nyanzaru. I hope you enjoyed your journey with us. It's been eventful, and we certainly enjoyed your patronage aboard the coin toss too." And he's like literally reciting this like it's like he's memorized it. Not a lot of emotion, but he says, "Let me give you a couple pieces of advice before you all get yourself killed by walking into what you're obviously not prepared for." No offense. He says, "I would take the time. You might only be here once in your life, and life is short. So take the time to explore the city and see what it has to offer. Make sure you're not ticking off the wrong peoples in the wrong places. You do well to prepare and understand what you're getting into before leaving the safety of the port. And so make sure that you've got your proper supplies and you're outfitted accordingly. If I was heading to the jungle, which I wouldn't do, I much prefer the high seas, but if I was heading outside these walls, I'd be inclined to maybe," and he kind of gestures towards that building that's kind of over on the right-hand side there, over here. He's like, "I'd be inclined to check out the board there and maybe see about hiring on yourselves a guide that might know where you're wanting to go before walking out in the unknown. But, be discerning. Not everybody here is as honest as they appear. If you're looking to make any money to fund your adventures here in Chult, there's plenty to do. Just ask around. I'm sure you can pick up some odd jobs here and there. Although," and he kind of like looks over at at Aracelis, and is like, although you look like you might come from some coin, if you don't mind me saying. And then he's like, and he kind of just nods, like, kind of gives you that, like, say no more kind of look. And then he says, yeah, there's 2 places to stay. Well, there's plenty of others, but 2 places I'd recommend. Me and my mates will be staying at the Thunder and Lizard. You can find that just here in the port. He kind of points over on the left. Somewhere. Hold on, where is it? He kind of points in this direction. He says, just around the other side of the hill there, pointing at the steep hill. Thunder and Lizard's down that way. It's not exactly your quietest place, but I find it's the best place to get a drink. He's like, or if you're feeling, snooty, you can check out Kyra's House of Repose. Noblemen's and those fancy types, they like to stay there. A little more expensive, but you'll get more peace and quiet. And then he says, and finally, yeah, we're planning on taking some shore leave. We'll be here about a 10-day. So if you decide you get cold feet and want to head back home, if you're here when we leave, we'll be happy to take you, provided you can pay the passage. And then he's like, and with that, I bid you adieu. Thank you again for journeying with us on the coin toss.
Tell your friends.
Who on the ship did most of the cooking?
That'd be Tharkle. Morn, the quartermaster guy.
Is he up on the deck with everybody?
He is not. He's down in the hold. He has not come up yet.
All right. Then I would shake the crew's hands, and give them a hearty thanks, and I wish you all well. Perhaps we will cross paths in town, and yes, give Tharkle my thanks for all the wonderful grub on the trip.
And a couple of the deckhands are just kind of like tossing ropes and stuff, kind of snicker at that. Tharkle's food has not been stunning. It's mostly been like sausages and gruel and kind of dried.
Never
and Baz knows that, but he's kind of doing the whole like camaraderie between cooks thing.
All right. Yeah. So, anything you guys? Well, actually, let's pause for a moment. Cast your mind back to the journey here. I want to make sure that you all have your personal quests, and that everything is good with that, except for some reason I've only got 4. Hold on. Personal quests. Here we go. So, before I say anything about personal quests, because I've given each of you one, I messaged you guys separately, each, with it, and the feedback I got from all of you was that they were fine, and didn't need much adjustments, but I wanted to make sure...
I was thinking that too on day. I was like, just fine. Not great, just fine.
They're okay. But I want to go through each of you, and I just want you guys to explain, from your perspective... now, this isn't meta knowledge. Like, if there's secrets you don't want the other players to know, you don't have to say anything, and I'm not going to read the personal quests out. But I'd like you guys to at least explain what, if anything, the other people in your party know about your personal quests. Remember, you are a party, you're an expedition, you've agreed to be here. You're not just like scattering and doing your own thing from the boat, although you could, technically, in the city. But the idea is you've already decided that you're adventuring together, so you all have different goals. I just need to know, and for your own benefits, each of you, I didn't share your personal quests with anybody else other than yourselves. If you've done that already in between yourselves, that's one thing. But I'd like to just kind of go through each character one by one and just explain just a little bit about what you would have shared as far as what your goals are here in Chult and what you're after, and what you've shared with the rest of the party, so that everybody's kind of on the same page when it comes to each of your quests. So, is that okay?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's just fine. So, Aelin. So your personal quest is called To Keep in Trust. I won't say any more than that, but I think I can drop it on you and share it with you. Did that work?
It did.
Dang.
Cool.
See our question mark.
Yeah,
How
because
will I know
I
I'm ready to do it.
well, you'll have to judge that for yourself. Yeah. So you go ahead.
Archie would know everything. The rest of the crew would maybe have a sense. They would know that he has this key that he just kind of looks at sometimes, like he's trying to figure it out, but doesn't really know anything else beyond that. So he's just kind of, sometimes when he meditates, he's just sitting there with kind of twirling the key in his hands. But I would say, generally speaking, the party would know that Aelin's interests in Chult and demeanor towards it is like whatever it takes to fly under the radar is like what he's going for. Anytime that something happens that brings attention to us, he's probably not pleased by it.
All right.
And that's it.
That's it. Okay. Let's go to your sister then, Archie. So your personal quest, and this is all I'm sharing with everybody, just in general, is the name of the quest, just because it's a sneak preview. No, Archie, your personal quest is entitled "In Search of a Legend." What have you shared with the party?
Okay. So yeah, once we kind of like got together on the boat and everything, she probably would have like sat everybody down to sort of explain in more detail the like when everybody sort of met, she's like, yeah, expedition to Chult, yay! But she would have probably gathered everybody sort of to explain what the expedition to Chult was about.
Now that we're a week out of port and it's too late to turn around, let me tell you what
Pretty
you're
much.
in for.
You're all going to die.
So you would all know that she was selected and is backed by the university that she comes from in Candlekeep, specifically the archaeology section of the university, to come to Chult and to meet up with a forward team, an expedition team that was sent a few months ago. So the goal is to meet up with them and see where they're at and help them or potentially aid them in the mission out here in Chult, which is to find a lost city, basically. And on top of that, just discover and uncover general histories and ruins of the lands and things like that. She would have told you that she has been given a small amount of coin to aid us in the journey, so that to cover the expeditionary efforts and expenses. And goal is to locate, basically to meet up with the forward company and go from there.
Okay. Baz, what your quest is entitled "A Dying Wish." What have you told the party about, if anything, about this?
Yeah, I think that Baz, he's a pretty open guy, very friendly, enjoys the company of of everyone so far because they, they actually treat him with equal kindness. And so, yeah, he'd probably be pretty open. His reason for being in Chult is actually twofold. First is a personal thing. One, he left his original home voluntarily as part of a sort of a personal pilgrimage. It's part of his tribe, clan, family. I haven't exactly pinned that down yet. A tradition of personal growth, of leaving home and seeking out personal empowerment through adventure and heroics and things of that nature, to sort of unlock a kind of what they would call, and it would be in his own personal language, but what would translate to essentially a personal empowerment. And as a side part of that, he also was excited to leave home because he's obsessed with food and with cooking and with exotic ingredients. And so even before he went on this, decided to leave for good, he would frequently travel away from home, but to sort of nearby coastal cities. Like his original town was on the coast. And he would, so like this, like what we're doing now feels a little bit familiar. He's never been to Chult, but places like this aren't too far off from other places that he's been to. Definitely, this is definitely more humid. But he so when he decided he's going to go on this pilgrimage, he's like, well, that's a twofold thing. I can get my personal empowerment, and I can discover all kinds of amazing new spices and ingredients for dishes and things like that. That's his personal thing.
Cool.
But recently, due to his close friend Syndra, she on her deathbed, I was visiting with her, holding her hand as she was in her sort of final hours, and she was kind of in a incoherent, fevered state, and she asked me to grant her a dying wish. I could barely make out the words, but I did catch. And I probably would have just said all these outright to you guys. Zandala, looking for artists. Chult, you must help. Promise. And I did. So I know that I'm looking for someone named Artis. And I don't. Do I know anything about Zandala?
No.
I don't think so. No.
Nope, you don't. Yeah, that name, and remember, this only happened only a few days before you probably left, because the expedition was getting underway. So yeah, you wouldn't have had any time, especially without even a last name.
Well, apparently I do know that she met with a half-elf named Zandala.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I have an idea of who that is. I don't know.
Yeah, you probably would have even seen her, but it wouldn't have been anything of note, because at the time that she met her, Syndra wasn't super sick yet.
Okay.
So it was probably just another visitor to the house, but Syndra had lots of visitors, so you'd probably vaguely recall kind of a relatively young-looking half-elf female with striking blonde hair. She looked like a scholarly type.
Okay.
But other than that, you don't. I don't think you would have had much interaction, if any, with her. You might have like served them lunch, but not stuck around for the conversation, kind of thing. Yeah.
Would you have mentioned either of those
Yeah.
names to us?
Yes. Yes. That's what I was
Okay.
saying. I'd like what I read out is what I've told you guys.
Okay. Would I have come across either of those names in my studies or connections at the university?
Zandala, no. But you could make a history check for the name Artis. Not in your wheelhouse of study, no.
Cool. You know, legendary dude who's got magical powers who...
I'll take things I don't know for 500, Alex.
Is it before your time? Too young.
Yeah, too young. Yeah,
You got new heroes.
Could I roll as well? See if I know anything.
sure.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, Jonah, you're you would have heard the name Artis in passing. You do you know that he's some sort of human adventurer, but he hasn't really been at the forefront of anything going on for probably I don't know, a decade or more. So not a common name, but you do recall stories of Artis Simbar, doing like heroic deeds, but not in a way that was like world shattering. He wasn't like at the forefront of world shattering events. He didn't seemingly have anything to do with the Obsidian Sky, or did he? Probably rumors abound about that. But
Not famous as the Madre Marauders.
Yeah, and so you probably recognize the name as like a heroic figure from like stories that you've heard in passing. Probably if based on the age of those stories, if he's around now, he's got to be an old man. Like he's got to be like 60 plus by this point.
His last name is Simbar, not Kimbar.
Yeah, it is pronounced Simbar.
No wonder he was so hard to find.
Yeah, everyone was saying his name wrong the whole time. I mean, if you like Kimber, we can keep it Kimber. I don't care, but yeah, technically it's pronounced Simber.
What about Sarek? Is he also Simber?
No, he's Sarek of Suzail. He didn't have his father's last name.
Oh, that's right. That's why it was so hard to remember.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so Baz would have told you that much at least then. Blackwind. Blackwind, your personal quest, if it will open for me.
Haha. I've locked you out.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Get out of my head.
Mine and mine alone.
Blackwind, your personal quest is entitled Dark Dreams and Omens. What have you told the party, or about your goals?
Well, yeah, I probably had the nightmares even while traveling by boat, but I get them fairly frequently. I'm getting the same vivid dreams of apparently this place. But where I was living, the spirits wouldn't answer us anymore, so I was sent by my mother to an old friend of hers to Baldur's Gate, who she figured could maybe shed some light on this. Unfortunately, when I got there, Syndra was on her last few days, and I managed to see her and visit, but the only thing I really got was a word, Omoan. Omoan? Oman? 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 Omani?
Let me help you. It is
Oman.
Omuan. Omuan.
I can't say these words.
Omuan. Omuan.
Omuan.
There isn't much I know about it, except for that there is a very kind of sinister or malevolent being, which I can't see clearly at the end, on a building. Maybe kind of already seeing some familiarities in some of the older architecture here, but and the plant life, but it does seem familiar a bit. But I'm here to find it, and I guess basically this is it's my mother was worried about it, and she was. It's definitely not good. She thinks it's interfering with maybe the way that the gods can get to us. But I don't have much to go on other than the word, and that it doesn't feel right. This creature. So, be it as it may, it's my personal maybe to find myself as well.
All
So,
right.
Have you ever heard of the Dodd Kong?
Donkey Kong? No.
Wait, what was the Omuon specifically?
I don't think I never got really much out from her other than the word.
Okay.
She wasn't. She was really, I think, at the like it was. She died days later, so
Yeah.
she was barely cared, I guess, as it was.
Yeah, it was kind of like the description of his when Blackwind described the vision to Syndra, the architecture, because he's seen it like constantly, right? So he can describe it pretty well. It's the same every time. So the symbology, the description of the architecture, she mentioned that it sounded Omuan in nature.
It was
Would
probably pretty tough for her to speak, so she wasn't able to elaborate much.
Mm-hmm.
would she be smart enough to connect that with the lost city of Omu?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It's a coincidence.
Well, I just want to say she would mention that to you, that Omuon
It's a city?
specifically. That's what they're looking for in Chult. Is the
This
city
is
and the people, I believe, if I'm correct, the people and culture of the city of Omu were called Omuon.
Would make
Right.
sense.
This is more information than I had
At the start of the session.
part of this conversation. So
So stick with me, kid.
I look at you. I'll show you the way, and how to not get lost and die in the jungle.
And then I will write all of that down so we can repeat it.
This is
Cool.
This is what I live in, not this sprawling catastrophe. Anyways, that's about all I know personally, and I need to look into this more. So I'm at a loss as much as you guys are. Maybe a little less now with the city.
All right. And then, Jonah, your personal quest is entitled To Experience the World. What have you told your fellows about what you're doing?
Oh, well, first of all, I probably got drunk like every night because I've never had beer before. And during one of those rants, when I wasn't talking about how birds aren't real, I would have told everybody about how my entire history and all my family, and about my mother and my father and sister, and how I got kicked out and now I have to go experience the world and see where my place in the world is. And you guys are all now my best friends, and you guys should all buy a wand. And I'll take out all my wands and try to sell you guys wands.
They're the same ones you've had this whole trip, Jonah.
What did I do with
This
it?
one
Do
is
I
slightly
cut back?
more used.
I show you my stick. I'm like, my stick's better. It's like it's taller than he is.
Yeah, I will try to find the one that makes people smile, and I'll make Blackwind smile.
What does it look like?
I've never seen this.
Is it like a limp one? Your wand, your stick, it's limp.
So yeah,
My stick's
so
strong. My stick big, powerful. I look down at you and wink.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and I would ask Archie if she has figured out anything about the map that keeps on changing places.
Have I figured anything out about the map?
It's very difficult to, mainly because it keeps constantly changing.
Well,
as far as you can tell as well with this map, like even even the shape of the coastline, like on the northern coast of this map, doesn't match what you've seen so far. Like it's like a jumble of, and every single day it's different. So it's
Right.
yeah.
Mostly my studies would be like copying it into the book every day and then taking all of those pages and seeing if I can correlate any of them together so that they like look like they might match up in some way.
Yeah, so far no.
None of them.
Nothing. No.
Okay.
I would then suggest to Archie that maybe we're looking at it the wrong way. Maybe instead of figuring out what the map means, we should figure out what the map is doing. Maybe somebody in the city we're going to. Maybe we should look to see if we can find somebody smart to tell us what's happening with the map.
Maybe you need to, instead of make map make sense of you.
Have you tried looking at it upside down?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
What if you look at it through the back? What if it's a mirror? Right?
Since I would do the trick where you hold it up to the light to see if there's any secret ink.
Your investigations thus far with the map have not yielded any fruit.
Have you tried burning it yet?
I would.
This is what map in a crazy person's head may look like. Crazy person, normal person. Crazy.
Shoot
normal.
Island a dirty look and try to get in between him and the map.
Look, I'm just offering alternatives.
It's very helpful. I will keep all of that in mind.
Now
You did not pay for that, did you?
Just try a corner first.
So just to make sure the party knows, there is a sixth member of the expedition. He is a druid named Donaquin, a turtle druid. He's been awfully quiet, but we'll assume he's chipping in on conversations and things because I don't think he's a super quiet personality, but I don't really know how Sean's planning on playing him quite yet.
He's been in the shell this whole trip.
But and I don't know how much he shared with you, but I think that he would have shared enough to know that he seems to be looking for some family members that went to Chult decades ago, like before the storms blocked off access. He doesn't have hardly anything to go on, but he's just hoping that maybe something will point him in that direction. If there's anything else he wants to share, Sean can share it if and when. It looks like he's probably not making it at all tonight, but
I haven't heard back from him.
yeah. I haven't heard from him at all. He hasn't messaged me at all. So
I think he was just messaging me in, as I'm messaging everybody. The last I heard, he was gonna try calling, to see what was up.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe he'll make it for a little bit of it anyways. We'll see. All right, so is there anything else before we just let you guys run wild off in the port? Is there anything... Oh, I should point out one other thing that you see from the port. You would have seen, especially in like the dry docks district, you can see like massive beasts of burden. I mean, for players, they're dinosaurs, but for characters, you guys, dinosaurs are not native to any of the lands like the Sword Coast. In canon, just so you guys know, dinosaurs are unique to Chult in the Forgotten Realms setting. At least in my canon, they are. There may, at some point, have been similar creatures that you might have found in like an archaeological dig, but they would have been extinct like eons ago. Dinosaurs don't roam the land outside of Chult. So seeing dinosaurs, you probably wouldn't be able to be like, hey, that's a Triceratops, because there's no frame of reference for that in the world, right? It's not like there's books. People don't know about it. But so these large, specifically the ones you can see, there's several in the port that seem tame or tamer, but they're huge creatures. There is several Triceratops that are being used with big harnesses to kind of pull massive like slabs of like pallets of like stacked wood and stone and stuff, very very slowly, with the handlers kind of like waving like probably branches with like fruit on it in their nose to kind of lead them along and stuff. And you also see smaller ones, kind of bipedal smaller creatures that look kind of dopey and with like kind of like wide mouths with flat teeth, so they're obviously some sort of like herbivore. But they're used similar how you'd see like donkeys or mules used. So they got like big like pack like saddlebags on them and just kind of like plodding along. And you also see a couple times kind of faster, stronger looking lizards with pretty nasty looking hooked like talons, also bipedal, with pretty sharp teeth, actually being ridden almost like you'd see guards on horses by some of the guards through the streets. Those are relatively rare, but you see probably one or two of those like patrols pass by with more important looking like guard, like a captain guy or something. Kind of looks like riding on that with like other soldiers around him. So they're not unusual sights. One thing I would also mention as well, that tabaxi, like the cat people, are pretty common here. But most of the ones you see seem to be like minstrels or like street performers and things. And they're unlike Eclipse. Like your characters don't know who Eclipse is, but as players, Eclipse was kind of strong and bulky and pretty big, like Leonine. These creatures are more like thin, with like multicolored like spots or stripes, and rather thin and lithe. Most of them are only about like 4 to 5 feet tall, so they're kind of like these quick moving, kind of more dexterous looking tabaxi. Tabaxi aren't unknown in like Baldur's Gate and the Sword Coast, but they're pretty rare. And most of those tabaxi come from the Moonshales, which would be like your stronger, kind of more like warrior like tabaxi. So whether they're the same race species is debatable, but you would recognize them as tabaxi if somewhat smaller and more lithe than you'd be used to seeing.
More leopard, less long.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, mostly like you said, you don't see them like, there's not dock workers. Like most of them are like street performers, peddlers, like what's the word, like buskers,
Panhandlers.
Yeah, that kind of thing. They seem to be relatively like acrobatic, probably tumblers and jugglers and that kind of thing. And
chopping dragons' heads off.
You would also probably notice that there's small like lizards, like kind of like geckos and things, and multicolored birds that kind of fly around. Maybe Jonah not sure about those, but yeah, there would be like seagulls and like multicolored like albatross and pelicans and things like all over the place in the harbor, flying around.
Seeing the extremely large dinosaurs, I would just kind of go over to Baz and be like, I take it back. I don't think you're big enough to get poached out here.
Given
mother thunder lizard.
Given where Baz is from, like I said, he's never been to Chult proper, but I would say, like, based on the map that I was looking at, I think that he probably would have traveled like maybe close-ish to it. Would it make sense that he might have at least a vague familiarity with some of the creatures here, even if he's never actually seen them himself?
Like I would say like very vague. Like maybe, yeah, you maybe hear stories of like large like pack lizards and things being used, but there definitely wouldn't be outside of Chult, at least not at this point.
Okay.
All right. So anything else on the boats? Any other conversations or things that you guys might have had? I do have one other thing before you get off the boat, and that would be in regards to Underl Silvertusk. But is there anything else like during the journey that you guys would have talked about? Any plans you would have made before getting here? Like, do you have any general idea of what the quote unquote plan is now that you're coming into the port?
Yeah. In general, you guys would have heard me talk about and be reading books on Golomancy. Just in general, like she studies like every day. So like after studying the map, she would probably spend another hour more studying these other books she has. But as to like what she specifically mentioned about, the goal in her mind, yeah, she pretty much what she said, meet up with the forward.
Do you mean as far as like specific, like okay, we step foot off the boat, what's the plan kind of thing?
Well, not, I mean, just in general, like, you guys have, like, we've just shared with each other about your personal goals, but, like, as far as, like, more immediate, like, plans, did you guys make any sort of plans before you got here, or was it kind of like, we know our general goals, let's get the lay of the land first, and then go from there and make plans?
Archie probably would have specifically, like, wanted to put a plan together, so she'd be like, okay, we need to find out, Company of the Yellow Banner. So we should check the, any sort of like notice boards to see if they're anywhere. Maybe ask around, see if anybody's heard of them. They were here a couple months ago. Find some lodging so that we have a place to stay, and that would be like, these are our initial goals for being in the city. Like find lodging, a safe place to stay, and then see if we can find any information, if anybody's heard of the Yellow Banner.
My plan, get on boat and arrive.
Yeah, I'm with you, big guy.
She's very organizational. So she would have wanted to and she would have checked with everybody to make sure that gelled with them, if they're okay with that.
He would like to explore with any merchants if possible and to look into the plant life type things around that are common for.
Yeah, I think Baz would be like right there with Blackwind. Like he wants to go to the market like almost right away, but would be happy to take his time to make sure that the group knows where we're going.
Well, how about we find lodging first? That way we have a point that we can all come back to if we do separate for any reason. We can book book in for at least a couple of days. Like he said, we should check out
2 days too many
and enjoy the atmosphere while we're here. We have a bit of time.
Yeah, like this, even though he's never been here and he's seeing things that he's never seen before, this feels more like home than he ever felt in Baldur's Gate. So he's happy to be here for any length of time.
That's what I say. Then we can get the lay of the land and take some time to figure it out.
While we were traveling, going back to Undril Silvertusk, how zealous did she seem to be?
Definitely devout, but she did not seem like a zealot. Okay. She definitely has a demeanor. Like I said, she was very helpful and kind to everybody. Very polite. Obviously, chain of command is important to her, so she definitely took orders from the captain and the first mate while on board. She didn't preach so much as she did. If anybody was interested in conversation, she wouldn't shy away from it when it comes to religion. So if anybody would have been interested in pursuing those conversations, she wouldn't have been the first to bring it up, but she does openly have the symbol of Torm around her neck, and she definitely would have said prayers before meals and that kind of thing. And yeah, just generally the vibe you got from her was kind of devout, definitely like a person of strong faith and conviction, but you didn't get like, Salem witch burning vibes from her or anything like that.
Yeah, on the milder end of the Gilded Eye spectrum.
Yeah, and the only thing she's told you at this point that, and she would emphasize it again as she was leaving the boat, probably, tell you that she was planning on staying at Kyra's house of repose, so because she likes a quiet place to meditate in the morning, and she does not take part, and she wouldn't have on the journey in any sort of like, she wouldn't have got drunk or anything like that. So she probably was looking for something a bit more upscale. But she would have told you, yeah, that she's going to attempt, once she gets her bearings, she's going to attempt to catch up with her forward commander, Niles, in Camp Righteous, which she's not sure exactly where that is, but she's going to find out. And then she was going to head that way, and should that align with where you guys are headed, she'd be more than happy to travel with you, provided that you help her get there.
Okay.
So if you're interested in that, she would reiterate it again when she was leaving the boat, that she would definitely appreciate any help you could give her, and she's willing to help you in your goals as well if they align. But she needs to report to her commander, and to seek her out at Kyra's house of repose should you be interested before you leave the city. She doesn't know how long she'll be in the city. It might be a while. She's not planning on striking out alone, so it might take her a while to find a group heading out if it's not going to be you guys.
Okay.
So.
I would ask the group their feelings on where they want to stay. I would pose the Thunder Lizard. That way.
Thunder Lizard, yeah. Is that a rustic one?
Just to get like a.
Yeah. If it's overly fancy, I wouldn't like it much.
You want to like experience the culture, you want to be where people congregate and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I prefer less bells and less frills.
Wherever there's beer.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Jonah. I think you're gonna get some beer.
I would be definitely intrigued, at least as a starting point to getting around, as at least helping our traveling friend to get to where she's going. Earth Mother is all about helping, and she seems helpful enough with her ways. So
yeah, I am not opposed to that.
I would not.
Camp Righteous just sounds like the most boring place to be.
I'm not saying we stay there, but it's at least getting me. I want to see more of this area than this abomination that's blight on this land right here.
And besides, think of all the customers.
I mean, these congregations of people they have their uses, but I don't find it as useful as being out in the actual wild.
Also, if we do happen to escort her, it doesn't help to have gain favor with.
Yeah, or coin. During the passage, I would have asked Undrell about was it St. Catherine and the Death Curse?
Sandra.
St. Cassandra.
St. Cassandra and the Death Curse. And if she had any insight if it was affecting her.
I think Undrell would have she's never met Cassandra. She's never even seen Cassandra in person, so she doesn't know anything as far as you can tell. She would say, like, the Death Curse, she's definitely heard about it, and she's through their channels. She's heard that it's a problem for several members, because as she would explain, the Gilded Eye has a high percentage of like clerics and paladins and things, right? And several of them would have been raised. She doesn't know anyone personally that suffered from it, but she's definitely heard that people within the ranks of the Gilded Eye have come down, and some even succumbed to the death curse. But she can't imagine that Cassandra would be affected, and there's no way that they wouldn't know if she was. But again, it's been months for her since she's even been in any kind of like, I guess, stronghold of the Gilded Eye. Like she joined on with you from Kalimshan, which is nowhere near where the Gilded Eye's stationed right now. So it's been months since she's been there, and the death curse is relatively a recent thing, so she doesn't know a lot about it. And she'd be pretty forthcoming with all that information. Like, she wouldn't be, like, beating around the bush either. Like, she just kind of says it outright. And just FYI, yes, I did see your role in the tower, and it's exactly how we want to treat these kind of things. I took that into account when I was telling you.
Do we want to just stick with the crew then? Go with them to Thundering Lizard? Ask them if they're going to be heading that way soon,
Sure.
or if they're hanging around the ship for a while.
So are we fast forwarding back to on the docks now then, or is there anything else from the journey that we want to talk to? Just any other conversations you would have had? Anything else you would have asked the crew on the way here? Bear in mind that in general, the crew doesn't know a hell of a lot about Chult, and the crew the crew is straightforward in saying like they've never left Port Nyanzaru.
I would be curious about who the Statue King guy was, if I could never find out about that. And I would probably be studying the giant lizards, just in awe and of the power.
Yeah, I mean the crew wouldn't be able to tell you anything about the statue. They basically tell you ask around in town.
That's what I figured.
They're not really, they're kind of here to kind of drink and relax and have some booze and then ship out again. They're not really here to learn about the culture. They're kind of just those sailory types that just come into port and make a little bit of trouble and then leave, right? Tazlan would as you guys are, sorry, I won't fast forward too much, but are you guys, is there anything else from the journey we want to talk about, or can we just say you're on the docks and people are unloading?
On the docks.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think I can't think of anything.
Okay.
I'm sure I will later.
All right. So as you pull into the port and they're tying on and lowering the gangplanks and stuff, the Tazlan kind of hops down onto the dock and kind of, as even before the gangplanks, like he just kind of like hops off the deck onto the dock, and then with kind of confident strides, he heads towards the end of the dock, and as the sailors kind of help you with your things, unloading off the dock and such, and Floshin would be giving his like speech, like I did, about the port. Tazlan, you see him meet with a large man. At first, you think it's a dragonborn. He's got golden scales, but you realize once Tazlan gets up to him that this man is probably close to 8 feet tall. Which you guys could make I guess it would be an Arcana check.
Oh my god. I get to make an Arcana check. It's gonna be bad just because.
Yeah, you guys can both identify that, at what at first seems to be a gold dragonborn, you realize is a gold half dragon. He towers almost 8 feet tall, and you didn't realize because Tazlan's about 6 feet tall, but from the distance you couldn't really tell. But once Tazlan gets up to him, you realize the height difference between the two. Tazlan shakes his hand, and he's holding what looks to be like a kind of like a scepter of some sort, a scepter maybe of office or whatever, and he's got like some badges, and you see on his left hand like on his chest on the left hand side, he's got the same symbol that flies on that flag with the 7 stars. So he's obviously somebody in charge of these docks, perhaps a harbor master or something. You can't hear from this distance, especially with the din of the sailors and moving ships and everything. You can't hear anything that they're saying by the time you guys are like unloading off the dock. So Flotian finishes his speech up and then tells you that him and the Flotian will be staying on board. He doesn't leave the ship when they're in port. He just prefers it that way. He's not comfortable on dry land at all. He much prefers staying on the ship or out to sea. So he'll be on the ship if you need him for anything, and also keeping watch on things. But the rest of the men, once they're done unloading here, which will probably take most of the afternoon to finish doing whatever, they'll be them. Tharkle and the captain eventually will be heading to the Thundering Lizard. The captain sometimes stays at Kyra's, so he's not sure what he's decided yet. So if he's not there, that's another place you could look for him. Or he might find, as he would explain, or he might find, I don't know, a lass to bunk down with for the night. As he sometimes does.
Or claims to.
Or claims to. I don't know how successful he is.
So just a quick question about the map and the pins.
Yep.
For some, I can't click on any of them to see what they are, except for the Temple of Sune. Is that
none of the new pins?
Oh, really?
Stuff attached to them for
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
I think the notes just aren't public.
Yeah, that's why. Hold on.
I just wasn't sure if it was only me.
No,
or...
that's my bad.
Okay, cool.
I have to make them public after you discover them, otherwise you can go in the notes and just read them all.
Makes sense.
I'm scouting.
I'm going around in a circle, by the way, if you want to click on any of them. But there's not much more information in it than what I've already told you
Sure,
what you saw, but
I'm trying to keep like what is what in my head, sort of thing.
Yeah, and then that's why I wanted these pins, because, like I said, I kind of went through it pretty quick, but if you want a refresher on anything, because you might want to go and check out some of these things, perhaps.
And did you say the Thundering Lizard wasn't down by the fish market?
So it's up the hill, past the fish market, right? Up the switchback stairs.
Yeah, can't speak. Specifically, if you head down... they would give you directions. If it's kind of past the steep hill in the middle there, so kind of that direction. He tells you it's out closer to the outer wall.
Okay.
But it's that direction. So you'd have to make your way like around the harbor.
Is there anything posted wise near the harbor master's office on the bulletin board?
I don't know. You're not there yet. You're at the dock right now.
Oh, okay. We're not.
I mean, if you want to leave the docks and go exploring, we can definitely do that. But right now you're on the docks, and Tazlan has... I think I made them all public now. Let me know if any of them don't work. Yeah, if you're on the docks, it's just the 6 of you. Flotian has made his way back into the ship, and the sailors are kind of busying themselves, doing whatever they need to do, sailory stuff. And Tazlan kind of like you see him point back towards you, the group of you, and kind of, and you hear the half dragon kind of chuckles pretty loudly, like a belly laugh, and kind of nods and slaps him on the shoulder, and then Tazlan kind of looks back at you and kind of gives you like a little bit of like a salute, and then starts walking like down away from the docks, like down the street, quickly disappearing into the crowd, heading towards the Temple of Gon, but you lose him in the crowd pretty quickly. Meanwhile, the half dragon turns your direction and kind of like starts walking towards you and kind of like raises his scepter up and like salute.
I thought, is he attacking us?
Yeah.
I would like raise my hand in like a wave, like a acknowledgement.
I step closer to Aracellus.
And he kind of lumbers over.
I'm kind of looking at him, which is a very odd sensation for me.
Not looking down. Yeah. Kind of He kind of appraises you all, and kind of in a deeper voice, and he's got a little bit of a lisp, just the way his tongue kind of like, it's almost like snake-like, and you notice as he's talking that it's got a slight fork in the end. And he kind of does his best impression of a smile, but just the way it is, he just reveals like a whole whack of like sharp-looking teeth, and it doesn't look. You can tell he's trying to be friendly, but it comes across just a little intimidating, just given his
We
size
went
and
to the
everything.
same charming school.
Yeah, and he says, "So the new arrivals that Tazlan brings to my port. I am Zindar, the harbor master. Welcome to Port Nyanzaru. Hopefully you will find all that you seek within its wondrous walls, and if not, treasures beyond." And he kind of like nods, and he kind of looks out over the horizon. He's like, "'Twas a pleasant journey, I hear. No storms, no krakens."
Pleasant indeed.
Jonah saw 3 mermaids.
He's like, "It's a lucky omen." And he kind of like looks around like, apologies, who's Jonah?
Yeah.
And he looks down and he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't see you there.
We all like step out of the way so you can see him.
He's like, "We don't see much of your kind in the port. Very few indeed."
Maybe if you guys had less birds.
He's like, he looks around, he's like, "Ha! You think this is a lot of birds?"
I would say, you see many of my kind in this port.
And he looks at you and he's like, one or two here and there, but not quite like you. Shaggier. Up in the mountains sometimes. Here and there. They come down, trade furs and others.
Do I
Not
know
like
he's
you.
talking-
It's like not, and he kind of like pokes your, because you're kind of like a leathery skin, right? Like an elephant, right? Kind of pokes your skin, and he's like, you're a different kind. You're much smoother. Well, relatively.
That is one of my defining characteristics.
I would, thank him for the warm welcome and introduce myself politely.
So do you just by name, or do you say anything about anything, like where you're from or anything? Do you just call yourself?
By name, and then I would probably name drop from the archaeology department from Candlekeep, out of Candlekeep.
And he nods. He's like, yes, Candlekeep. I have heard of this.
Since he's heard of it, I would ask if he has, if he remembers a company of the Yellow Banner coming through a few months ago.
He's like, he kind of shrugs. He's like, who can say? There's plenty of would-be explorers and adventurers that come through here, one company or another. Yellow Banner, I don't recall. But is there any distinguishing features?
Are there any distinguishing features?
And he shrugs and he's like, by that I mean I didn't see anybody waving a yellow banner.
Maybe they were traveling with a well-esteemed, well-known gentleman by a Lord Benedict Brixton.
He nods and he's like, and he kind of doesn't so much as narrow his eyes. He kind of gives you like a sidelong glance, and he's just like, "Oh, yeah, sounds very important, this lord. Probably very well known where you're from, yes. Well, perhaps if this lord is as important as you say, that maybe one of the merchant princes might know something of his arrival. Myself, I did not meet the man. You could check with one of my clerks up at the office. We usually take records."
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate the information.
Is your office that building right over there? And I'm pointing at the place in the top right above the seawall.
Yeah. He points. He's like, indeed, all the comings and goings, all of the everything should be listed there.
Lily.
And then he
Our-
kind of
our-
like
our-
looks you all. He's
back.
like, so you come from Candlekeep. You seek this Brixton fellow. All well and good. I am quite busy, but enjoy your stay, and I recommend not going beyond the walls, particularly as the sun goes down. Dangers lurk in the brush, and frankly, I am tired of cleaning up outside the walls.
Any dangers inside the walls that we should be aware of?
And he looks about. He's like, inside the walls? No, not so much. You are safe here. We pride ourselves on our hospitality. And he kind of like glances around a little bit, and he's like, but perhaps you may keep an eye out if you happen to see any, let's say, unscrupulous types. There are pirates that occasionally waylay travelers. They become a bit of a thorn in my side. Nothing to concern yourself with. They don't come into the city often, but you know, a city this large, smugglers and things, there must... I hear rumors. And then he says, but if you should hear rumors yourselves, I would love it if you shared those with myself before perhaps others in the city.
Just as a side note, what was his name when he introduced himself?
Zindar.
Zindar, thank you.
Sultan.
Sweetie.
As you're the first local that we've met, I have to ask, what's your favorite local delicacy?
It's like, local delicacy, I would say that would be Tej.
Tej?
Tej, yes.
Tej?
Not hood, it's a what? It is a fermented drink. Very strong, it gives pleasant dreams.
Blackwind.
Oh,
You paying attention?
yeah.
Oh,
should try
I'm
some
already
Blackwind.
found it.
And he
I already
would
found it. It's all mine. No.
he would say as well, since you bring it up, once I find it. Sorry, just give me one sec. Just need to open this. He would say that you could probably find a Tej merchant or purchase from one of the many tap houses in the city, but if you want to find the finest Tej in the city, Coyote, she controls the trade and production of Tej.
Very well. Appreciate it.
Well,
And then he kind of looks about and he says, well, feel free to avail yourselves of the services of the city. Visit the temples, visit the shops, spend your hard-earned coin, and, well, stay out of trouble. And he's like, I have others duties to attend to, but there is if you're looking for work, there is a board up at the office, and he points up, and you can see, like, it's a bit of ways away, up the hill, but you can see that there's, like, what looks like a large, like, bulletin board, like, covered in, like, papers and things. And he's like, you'll find those looking for help, and potentially you'll find, if you're looking for help yourself, you might find others that are willing to assist you. Most of it is posted there, as most travelers visit the Harbor Master office first. If you have further questions, I'm sure one of the clerks can assist you there, and perhaps find this Lord Brixton of yours.
we appreciate your time and your kind welcome. Thank you.
He nods. And then as he turns to walk away, he kind of stops and like looks back over his shoulder, and he's like, "If you survive and gain a little bit of experience under your belt, maybe come look for me again. I may have, well, if you're looking to make some real money, I may have some opportunities." But he kind of looks you up and down and said, "But get your bearings. I don't think you're quite ready for what I have in mind." And he kind of keeps walking.
He's saying we look like tourists.
Just like, yeah, as he like turns around and walks away, I just sort of like, I'm kind of like, I just start to throw a firebolt into the water. It's like,
He has a red quest. We're looking for a yellow.
It's a red with a skull next to it.
Well, he seemed nice.
I just lean over to my brother and just be like, "Do I look like I'm looking for work?"
You're like carrying this spyglass and tripod and backpack full of stuff. You look like you're not from around here. That might be all they need.
True. We're fresh off the boat.
I thought I looked nice today, but
And you kind of look down and realize that like your clothing is like actually slightly damp, sticking to you from the heat.
God.
Yeah, you've been on the dock just shortly now, but you've already started to realize with the heat here that without the breeze of the ocean coming in over you, which the seawalls kind of block a little bit, yeah, the heat is pretty oppressive. It's probably getting close to midday, so you're not sure if this is normal heat or does it get hotter than this, but it is pretty oppressive. And you also notice, all of you, that with the sweat that you're producing and everything, you seem to be attracting these small kind of like red and purple, like just tiny little flies. But they continually like they're pain in the ass. They buzz around your ears when they land on you. Occasionally, probably Baz doesn't feel it that much because he's kind of thick-skinned. But the rest of you, when they like, you're probably getting like just tiny little like bites. So you're getting like like itchy.
Yeah, I imagine I'm no stranger to bugs. No.
I as a response, I mage armor myself.
And probably Donaquin's not as bothered as much either. The two of you are kind of thicker skinned. You have natural armor, right? So.
They say after I take a couple of bites, I just like cast mage armor on myself.
Okay. When you cast mage armor, one of the kind of a passing patrol of guards, one of the guards kind of turns as you're like casting, and he kind of not loudly or angrily shouts, he's like, "Hey, you're there, what are you doing?"
The bugs are biting me.
He's like, "The bugs bite everyone. Keep your magics to yourself." And he kind of spits on the ground, and the guy next to him kind of like touches some sort of like wooden medallion around his neck, and kind of makes like a bit of mutters something and spits on the ground as well, and then they continue walking.
Low profile, Aracelis. Low profile.
I mean, you literally are keeping your magic to yourself.
I am. I cast it on
It's
me.
literally on you. I don't get it. Well, should we check out this bulletin board?
Might as well. We're right here.
Sure.
Yeah, if it's on the way.
I feel like almost everything is sort of on the way. We don't really have an exact way yet, which is
Start
great.
walking towards the bulletin board.
All right. Are you guys going to stick together? Is anybody planning on splitting off?
No, I'm following.
Okay. You guys make your way down the dock. So you're probably slowed down a fair bit from Archie, given how
I'm
much
very slow right now.
she's like hauling her gear and kind of like huffing and puffing a little bit in the heat.
If I saw Archie sort of like kind of lagging behind a bit, I would probably turn around and say, because at this point I don't know if we've been like walking with all of our stuff anywhere? We've just been on the boat.
Probably not too much. It's probably all been in the quarters or separate. Yeah.
Right. So I would say, do you need a hand?
I'm okay.
But you can help me. I give you some batons.
What?
I have 10 batons
I
and a crowbar.
I take
They're
them.
really heavy. I tried to sell them in Baldur's Gate. No one wanted them.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah. If you are transferring items, just you can throw it into the party sheet and grab it out or give it to other people. You should probably do that if you're redistributing weight. Just to, keep up with that. He's gonna put all 10 individually.
Jonah, what if we need to climb that mountain we saw coming in?
I don't think we're climbing too many mountains with bags.
Yeah, and as you make your way through, I'm gonna roll a 1d6 for this. Oh, maybe not. I missed the box.
If you wanted to carry my tripod, I would accept that. I would take it back, so I'm not going to transfer it. But if you wanted to temporarily carry it, that would.
Wait, why can't I take all of them?
One at a time, baby.
Oh my god.
Do you need some assistance? I can just assign them to you.
I mean, you could just take one and then make it 10.
That's true.
I guess.
There, let me help you out. Oops. There.
First magic item I commission is definitely going to be a bag of holding.
All right. As you guys are walking, you get to the end of the dock. Archie, as you're you're handing this to Baz. You guys are kind of. I'm imagining Aelin, you're right beside Archie. You see Archie here. You feel like something hit your shoulder, and a big splat of some sort of excrement splatters on your shoulder. A large kind of multicolored bird kind of circling overhead kind of squawks at you almost like it's laughing, and then flaps and takes off over the nearest rooftop.
They say that's good luck, Aristella.
They say that's good luck, yeah.
I told you guys. No one believed me.
And yes, I rolled that randomly who he's gonna that bird dive bombed. Welcome to Chult, motherfucker.
It starts to burn through your skin.
Better get that looked at. That's lethal if left on for more than. No,
If you eat it, you get high. You see
all right,
vision.
so you guys head on over to Flavortown here. I mean, to Harbor Master's office. The Harbor Master's office there's a large bulletin board, and you can see that there are several notices. It seems to be divided in half, kind of like services offered on one side and help wanted on the other. And you can see a few different things here. First of all, there is most of the help services offered. There are it's kind of pretty well arranged, actually, organized. It's not just it doesn't look like people just randomly come up and tack things to the board wherever they want, like a public bulletin board. It looks like this is organized by maybe one of the clerks, so it's pretty easy to follow. But as far as services offered on the left-hand side, there is a section that says Wilderness Guides, and there are several kind of pins in the wall. Each pin has a little paper envelope or a vellum envelope with little rolled up scrolls in them, with names written over top. So kind of where you would tear off someone's phone number, you can take one of the little scrolls for whoever you want of these wilderness guides. And above that, there is a list. It says essentially it says at the top, like temple services, and there's 5 listings. So I don't know if you want to look at anything in more detail. I'm just telling you what's on here. So there's like a listing of like temple services. There's a listing for wilderness guides, and then there's
what would temple services entail?
I mean, you could read further if you like, or
Circle back to it.
okay. And also there is there is also advertisements for both the 2 inns, or the taverns, the Thundering Lizard. It's advertising a price of 5 silver pieces per night, room and board.
For which one?
For the Thundering Lizard. The in much more elegant script is Kyra's House of Repose, which is offering a going rate of 1 gold piece per night, and then underneath that it says additional services and fees may apply. And then over on the right hand side there are a couple notices. Number 1 is, and this is the kind of help wanted. There is a note written in kind of like an elegant, kind of like delicate hand, in kind of cursive. It says, wanted, brave adventurers to escort a pilgrimage to the Aldani Basin. Those interested, please inquire at the Temple of Savras and ask for Inet. And beneath that, there is another note. It says, Bounty, Pirates, inquire within with Zindar, Harbor Master. And then underneath, in like big bold with like triple underline, experienced and competent adventurers only, with big black like charcoal marker, like written in after the fact.
That's the red quest.
Underneath that, there is a note that says, it's kind of like written in kind of blocky text, and it says, Larrick Dashland, renowned cartographer, seeks accurate map of Chult. And then underneath it says, willing to compensate generously. And then underneath, written in like kind of again like smaller print, like written in afterwards, it says no fakes with an underline.
I wonder if he's got a shifting map too.
And it says inquire at Kyra's House of Repose. And lastly, there is a note kind of right underneath that, with an arrow kind of pointing up. It looks like it's been vandalized. It just says like cheapskate, with like a line underneath it with an arrow pointing up to the note above, and underneath and it says accurate maps already available. And it says inquire at, and I have to look this up because I forgot what it's called. Bear with me 1 second. Sorry, I forgot the name of this guy. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. I thought I had it written down elsewhere, but I have to look it back up. It says... it says in... inquire at Tuttletomes, Curios, and Grungtoes. And it says Merchant District.
And Grumtoes?
Two
Grungtoes.
different places.
No, it seems like the name of a shop, maybe.
Tuttletomes,
Tuttletomes, Curios, and Grungtoes. And then underneath, in like again, looks like it's been added later. There's another note kind of like pinned to that, and it says, "Looking for Mesro? Have I got a deal for you?" With a question, with like an exclamation mark.
Looking for what?
Mesro.
Was Mesro.
And that's tied to the Tuttletomes one, or that's a separate? Okay.
It looks to be the same person who wrote all three. The cheapskate, all three of those notes. And sorry, there's one more. There's one more note, and this one says, looking, and this was kind of written in kind of, it looks very similar to like a official kind of notice you would see like in Baldur's Gate. So it looks kind of out of place given the style of the rest of it. But it says, looking for a discreet assistance with a variety of jobs within the city. Those interested should seek out Clevin Van Scharen in the Merchant's Ward, the Weave of Life, in quotation marks. Repeat business will be looked upon favorably with the Lord's Alliance.
Some expats.
Weave of life or light?
Life. Yeah. So there you go. So you guys had questions about a few different things. So going back to the beginning, Andre, you said, what would temple services entail?
Yeah.
There are listings. They're more pamphlets than anything else that are listed here. There seems to be, as far as you can tell, there are 5 temples listed. It doesn't have any prices, but it does have a few different things. So one, it says the Temple of Sune, and it says wedding ceremonies and event services, beauticians, hairstylists, public baths, all available.
I bet catering at that temple would bring in quite the money.
There's another one that lists Temple of Gond. Oh, and sorry, it would say as well, inquire with Heart Warder Ashran Thessendoral, Temple of Sune.
Liz, your extra dropped.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's weird. It's still showing.
No, your phone.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it kind of messes with the size of the camera slightly.
Yep.
There we go.
It's just if I have my phone on blank screen, it eventually goes down.
So I will ask just for you guys for purposes, you're probably realizing this already. At the beginning here, you're gonna have a lot of options of what you want to look at or pursue. Mm-hmm. So just bear with me. Once you decide on the course of action, things will narrow down a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, you guys are literally going to the main job board in town first thing. So, so Temple of Sune.
You put us right in front of it.
Well, I mean, and you needed to know it was there. Heart Warder Ashran Thessendoral, Temple of Sune, is the contact there. The Temple of Gond lists. It says, Interested in learning a craft? Daily and weekly seminars available, as well as maintenance and construction needs. And then it says inquire with High Artificer. Oh God. Stromanolin Metal Forged, Temple of Gond. And then underneath in like kind of chalk, it's written, just down the way. Literally, you can turn around and see the big blocky building across the harbor or near the harbor.
As we read that one, I might turn to Archie and say, they might know a thing or two about your golem thing.
Hmm.
I don't know anything about it.
The next one says, down on your luck, or perhaps feeling lucky. Come and see our smiling lady, Old City. You'll know where to go. And then there's just a picture of a coin.
Our smiling lady.
Old City. Sure.
It's a casino.
And then there's a rather official looking pamphlet that has like a stamp of what looks like a gold coin, similar to the other one, but the face on the coin is facing a different direction and is a lot more serious in expression than the one beside it. And it says the Golden Lady, Temple of Joaquin, offering all of your banking and contracting needs, as well as security services. Inquire with the Mother of Prosperity at the Golden Hall. There is one other that has a big splash of kind of like red paint that seems relatively new over it, and most of it's torn, but you see the symbol of what looks like a crystal ball with an eye in it. And underneath, you see just part of it. It says, need to read the omens, need to commune with the spirits, inquire with grandfather, and it's cut off. And then and it's like splashed with red paint, and underneath, kind of like etched, like carved into the board itself, it says, lies, the eye is blind.
So that one just has vague descriptions of where to go because it's vandalized.
Yeah, like half the notice is like torn off and it's been vandalized.
So
Sorry.
So the name of it is, what did they call themselves?
We don't know.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't say. It says inquire with grandfather, but then it's cut off.
Do I recognize the symbol?
You could make a religion check. Anyone who'd like to identify any of the symbols on these. The Sune one you've already identified, and gone.
I'm unfamiliar with the Golden Lady.
The eye lies, though.
So I do. First one would have been for the Golden Lady. Second one would have been for the eye.
First one would have been for the eye.
Okay. Yeah, Aelin, you have no idea about the eye. Archie, that symbol is the symbol of Savras, the god of divination.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to...
You also note that it matches that domed building with the eye on top that you can see kind of up just above on the hill, just nearby here, up there.
Interesting.
Let's see
That's
what the eye
also
is.
where that escort mission is.
Escorts?
No, the bad kind.
So the first one you rolled the 18 on is, the coin?
The Golden Lady.
Yeah, you know that is another name for Timora, goddess of luck. And her symbol is sometimes a gold coin, with like a smiling face on it, which is the symbol there. So, yeah, she's the goddess of good luck, particularly.
So what's the Temple of Joaquin?
You could make a religion check for the Temple of Joaquin.
That's
what you
I
got?
thought that was the Golden Lady.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not our smiling lady, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mixed the two up. So, anyways, you know about the all smiling lady, with that roll. But the golden lady and the other coin, the Temple of Joaquin. Joaquin is is the god of wealth, trade, guilds, and merchants. And they're oftentimes used to like draw up like mercantile contracts and ratify guild agreements, negotiate between like trading companies, all that kind of stuff. Basically, yeah, and they also offer like banking services throughout the Sword Coast. Even like Joaquin is a pretty well respected, like safe place that most people consider to like hold your wealth.
There were okay. I would have wanted to take a look at the wilderness guides as well, just to see what was listed, like
Sure.
Just in general, just in case. Good to know what our options are.
Sure. Things to do. Finding a guide. All right. There are. What's going on? Did I click on it? Maybe I didn't. Oh, that link doesn't work apparently. Okay, I will click this then. Oh.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
There we go. Okay. So you can just take the little things if you want to take
I
them
just
with
wanted
you.
if there was any other information, but I don't know how many there were. If there was like 15, I probably wouldn't grab them all.
There's a few, but there's not like ridiculous amounts. There's probably like a half dozen that are of any interest. Here's one, and you'll notice as well that each of these is written in the same script, and there is a like pretty well done hand drawn portrait on each slip of paper as well. It's all in the same style, so you don't know who drew them or anything, but obviously some clerk or whatever is pretty talented. But this is the first one that I'll share with you.
Oh.
Very official looking.
I
gotta get me a business card with my picture on.
5 gold per day. 30-day payment up front. Oh my god.
That's like 30 gold.
Per person or just per group?
So there's that.
If only we had somebody to guide us. Actually, I don't know how to get around yet, so that's technically it would be a good thing.
Here is another one.
She really likes her necklace. I think it's a her. I'm not sure.
So that's Iku. So this one's one of my favorite ones, but here you go.
Put some tusks and some bluer skin on that guy, and then you got me, Jonah. Well, maybe minus the beard too.
Equal shares.
Let's see. Oh, here's this guy. Here's another one. Oops.
He's seen some shit.
Yeah.
I've seen some shit, man. My scars are better though.
God, they're all so expensive.
I mean, the one that I want to.
So he's armless?
Is this guy?
Yeah, I love him.
Oh
he gonna
man,
do
look at
with one
this
arm?
guy.
He's done some shit.
Oh, he doesn't ask for an upfront.
Crack hammer. A forge.
Fired.
Oh my God. It's like
Morgan's
Thirdrin.
Gauntlet.
Just a very pale version of Third. Thirdin.
Okay, that guy's not. Oh wait, no, maybe he is. Oh yeah, here we go. This one specifically has a note that says, that's kind of handwritten on there as well, that says, "I have moved on from the port. Seek my services in Fort Belwarian."
Fort Bolivar. Fort Bolivar. Ooh, he sounds interesting. He'll teach the flora and fauna. Possibly. Undead? There's undead?
There's always undead.
Yeah, I didn't run into any undead in my...
If I've seen one ruin or another, there's always undead.
Haven't we heard the term chewinga? Oh no, that's from Cal's thing.
That's from cows.
It's like chewinga. That sounds familiar.
Twinger.
Joe is no good for
Just FYI, this has been kind of tacked underneath the rest and is in a different hand than all of the other ones.
River and Flask.
There's that. And there is... There's one more. There's the last one.
Mad monkey fever.
Both Hugh suffers from mad monkey fever. Albino dwarf, and they're not to be trusted.
She seems a bit prejudiced.
I don't know. I kind of like her.
Busher is an albino dwarf. They're not trusted.
Yeah, that's about the only part I don't like. The rest of it, I like. She's just throwing shade at everybody.
So there you go. Those are all the guides posted for various rates and interesting information. Whether any of them pique your interest is completely up to you guys, but there you go.
Well, right
now, I'm taking them all. We'll take them all with us, but otherwise,
we can't afford anybody right now.
Well, there's 3 that we can afford.
Because they're per day. They don't do an upfront fee.
No.
Yeah.
Azaka, Musharo, and River and Flask have all offered to waive their fees or to have no fee if they take a share of the loot.
I see.
And there's note that there's a couple that say they waive their
We'd have
fee
to
if you
find
help
loot.
them with what they're looking to do too.
If you
Yeah,
help.
that's what Azaka and Mushario? What was he?
Musharib?
Musharib, that's the one.
Kind of like
They both said they would waive their fees.
So this is the point in Skyrim where you're in the main city and your quest log is just expanding. Yeah, so plenty of services / help wanted on this board. Lots to do if any of it piques your interest.
Oh,
Talking to strangers, not my thing. So, although I
mean,
can
yeah.
find my way around the wilderness, although it wouldn't hurt to have a guide initially to help.
Yeah, we can keep these
Get
in mind
through it.
until we know if there's something specifically we're looking for, and then maybe
Yeah.
piggyback off of helping them, and they can help guide us to where we need to go.
Yeah.
Especially initially around this big starting city, is if I get comfortable with this place right away, then it'll be a lot easier to start getting around.
Yeah.
Or
But,
maybe we should talk to the prince that they're all working for. Get a discount that way.
I would like to go inside and talk to a clerk.
Okay. Anybody else go in with her? He was waiting outside.
I would go in.
I stay outside.
I'm
from
going to wait
the
outside
door.
and people watch.
I will go in.
All right. Inside there is a small kind of like antechamber. There's like big like potted ferns that take up most of it, and there's a kind of a doorway just beyond that. There's just like colored beads hanging down. But so you can see through that. So and you can see that there's like this large kind of like wooden desk. It's carved with like images of like birds and flowers. And seated behind the desk is a kind of like wrinkled up old human woman. She's kind of got like wavy kind of gray or blonde hair that's like turning like silvery and gray a little bit, and kind of bright green eyes. She looks up at you as you enter. And she kind of stands up. When she stands up, you notice that she's like pretty jacked, actually. Like she's got like well muscled arms, and kind of just an ordinary face. She has so she kind of like stands up from the desk. She's only probably about like just under 5 feet tall, in kind of these like bright like green and red like silk robes. She has a little patch on her left chest that has like those 7 stars on it. And as she stands up, she kind of picks up a as you guys like enter into the chamber. She kind of walks around the desk, but she walks with a bit of a limp, and she's like leaning on a cane. And her cane is like this kind of like shiny, like carved, polished wood that has like this sunburst symbol on the end of it that she's holding on to. She kind of like walks over and she looks at you and she says, "Ah, new blood, new blood." She calls back. There's literally nobody else in here.
Hello.
That obvious, huh?
And she kind of narrows her eyes. She's like, "Ah, touched by the gods, both of ye."
Thank you.
Oh. She's like, looks kind of past them, sees the little gnome there. She's like, "Oh, and a gnome."
I'm pretty great.
I was just wondering if I could inquire about a potential previous traveler who may have come through here.
She nods. She's like, "The name's Merwin. I am head clerk of the harbor, second only to Zindar."
It's very nice to meet you, Merwin. I'm Archie.
She's like, "Very nice to meet you, Archie." And she kind of looks at the others expectantly.
I'm Jonah.
"Nice to meet you, Jonah."
Sorry, my connection died.
Oh. How rude.
Yeah, I would. I would hesitate, and then I would introduce myself. Aelin.
Aelin. What's ailing you? And then she kind of chuckles, like she keeps chuckling to herself a little bit. And she's Brian, did you come in?
I said I was
No.
staying out by the door.
Okay.
Just,
We'll say that the Tortle stayed outside too then, as well. And then Baz is outside too, yeah? People
Yeah.
watching? So the three of you are here. She kind of like taps her cane and points to like what looks to be like a kind of a lounge chair that's wide enough for probably like 4 people in the corner. She's like, "Sit there. I'll get to you when I have a moment." And she kind of like hobbles back to the desk and sits down and starts shuffling papers.
Thank you. I would sit down.
You don't sit down?
I do.
Oh,
I will
okay.
go.
Sure.
I would just walk over and stand next to the couch.
Okay.
I kind of just like fall over with the weight of my backpack. I'm just kind of like leaning.
And as you do, and it kind of probably makes a bit of noise. She kind of looks up and she's just like, "Shh."
Does it look like she's actually doing anything?
Give me an insight check.
Doop, doop, boop, 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 boop.
No. Looks like she's shuffling papers to make herself look busy.
I'm just gonna stand there watching her.
Okay. She kind of like shuffles papers. You see her like move like a couple papers from one stack of over to another, and she like straightens them slightly, kind of like leans down, straightens them the other way a little bit. And then she kind of looks over at you. I mean, unless you interrupt, probably like 5 minutes goes by and she doesn't really do anything other than that. Okay, no interruptions.
She must be really busy.
Yeah, after like after a few minutes, she kind of looks over and she kind of like stands up, kind of stretches a bit, like stretches her back out, and then she walks over and like picks up like a small pitcher of water, grabs like a clay cup, pours it, looking at you, drinks slowly, and she's like. And then probably another few minutes pass as she like slowly sips her water, and then kind of sits back down. She's like, "All right, next, approach."
I get up like right away.
Or try to. I imagine you try to and like fall back a little bit and then try again.
I just like you know how you like put your legs up and to get some momentum to get up.
She points to like a small wooden like stool that's like right in front of her desk, and she's like, "All right, then, how can I help you?"
All right. I go and sit down. I just be like, "Hello, I'm here on behalf of the archaeology department from the university in Candlekeep, and I'd like to inquire about a previous I have my words stuck tonight.
Expedition?
Yeah, a previous expedition group that may have come through here a couple of months ago."
She's like, we keep very strict and confidential records."
So are you saying you can't help me?
She's like, "Well, I'm not saying I can't help you."
Would a couple of silver help me?
She's like, "You're learning the culture already. Yes, indeed, that would be very useful."
I will pull out 3 silver.
She snatches them and looks at them, and she's like, "Where'd you say you're from again?"
The mainland?
Oh, the mainland. Oh, okay. The mainland. And then she kind of mutters under her breath, loud enough for you to hear. She's like, "Yes, of course, because Chult couldn't be the mainland." And then she kind of pockets them. And then she kind of like looks back up at you and she says, "So you're looking for somebody, aren't we all? But who in particular?"
I am looking for Company of the Yellow Banner, specifically Lord Benedict Brixton.
It's like, "Oh, yes, the Yellow Banner, of course, the Company of the Yellow Banner, probably famed." And she's like, "Well, Lord Brixton Benedict, let me look this up." And she kind of stands up and kind of walks over to a shelf. She kind of ruffles through some scrolls. She's like, how long ago would he have been?"
Do I know exactly when?
You don't know exactly, but he left probably like 2 months before you did, so probably a month-ish ago, provided nothing happened to him on the way.
Okay, yeah. Then that's what I would.
She kind of like digs through some scrolls a little bit, and she's like, and she pulls out one. And unrolls it. She looks at it. She's like, "Oh, I remember this guy." She's like, "Oh yes, yes, he was. Frankly, you all can learn some manners. Frankly, he came in here asking about if he could see charters and." He's a bit of a bit pompous, if you ask me. It's like, but then she kind of nods. She's like, "Oh, but that young man with him, he was that fancy light of his. He was pretty handsome." And she looks at you and she's like, "You two a couple?" Or she's like, "I could probably set you up. In fact, I have a nephew that's about your age."
Us?
Well, I'm not talking to the gnome.
No,
What?
she's my sister.
Oh, that would explain the brooding, overbearing presence then.
I would giggle at that.
She's like, and she kind of like looks, and she's like, looks through. She's like, let's see here. Says here the chartered the brazen Pegasus to make landfall at Kitcher's Inlet. Do with it as you may. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. To make landfall at Kitcher's Inlet?
Kitcher's Inlet. Then she kind of like looks to the gnome like you're next. She's like, well, approach.
I will go up, and I will ask her if she wants to buy a wand. Take out my stuff.
She's like, what do they do?
Well, this one makes light, and I will cast it in a little, like just a little, pretty poorly. And this one used to cast fireballs, but it doesn't anymore. Now it just sort of makes your hands warm.
She's like, oh, so they're magic ones?
Yes, slightly used.
And she kind of, you see her like kind of like touch her chest like this, and then she turns and kind of spits on the floor, and she's like, get out, our business is done.
All right.
Can I just sort of lean back a bit and ask if magic is outlawed in the city?
It's like, and she looks up at you and she's like, oh, you're both still here.
Hello.
And she's like, I don't make the laws.
But you follow them.
She's like, well, I am an upstanding citizen, yes.
Yes.
Aside from the bribery.
I would also like to be an upstanding citizen. I'm just
She's like, well,
curious if magic is outlawed here, dirty magic.
dirty magic. Is there any other kind? Other than blessed by the gods, of course. I would think your kind would know better. Like, the gnome, I understand.
Different customs to the north.
Well then, our business is concluded then?
Is everybody in this city prevented
Just
from
a silent
doing
stare down.
magic?
She's like, prevented from? No. No.
So who's not?
It's like, well, I mean, there's always dabblers. I say that put your faith in the spirits and the gods, not in that.
Yeah. Well, if there anybody we should avoid, then any of those rabble rousers.
It's like, well, if you're looking to avoid rabble rousers, I would stay away from the anchorage. But then it's not really part of the city.
And
It's like, in fact,
those are
stay away from the
magical
old city
rabble-rousers.
as well. And stay away from Malar's throat. In fact, just don't go outside the walls at all. In fact, that's good advice for anybody, rabble-rousers or not. But what you can go out of is this office, unless you have further business for me.
No, thank you.
It's like, great.
I'll leave.
It's like, as you can
Very
see, I'm
helpful.
quite busy. Quite busy.
Mhm.
Like, good luck finding Lord Benedict.
Brixton, but thank you.
And then as she's walking out, you guys can like audibly hear, she's like, "He's probably dead in the jungle."
Oh, yeah. I would just sort of lean over to Aelin and she'd be like, does that mean divine magic is fine?
Wow.
He's not? I'm confused.
That's certainly what it seems like. Maybe the more friendly folk can give us some more information.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to, like, break any laws.
I think if you'd broken the laws, the response would have been more severe. Maybe
Yeah.
it's just frowned upon.
Maybe maybe it's a religion from the area? Do I know of any of those temples that we saw that would frown upon arcane magic?
No.
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 Do I know anybody who frowns on arcane magic?
I mean, you don't know much about this place, so no, not really.
Yeah, I just meant like from where generally what we would know where I'm from, if that's like if there's like a common group that's like arcane magic bad, but divine magic great, or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
All right. So you head out. The others of you are kind of standing around outside.
Well, how'd the talkie stuff go?
What?
She's weird.
Unhelpful.
So would me. Well, I got a bit of a potential lead on where the expedition went. So
Out of the city.
it seems as if they chartered a boat to take them to a different place on the island.
Maybe one of the guides knows who was guiding them.
Yeah.
Could be.
I would go up to Baz and ask if he saw anybody interesting while he was waiting.
Did I see anybody interesting while I was waiting? I was people watching.
There's a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean the
It's all new.
crowds of people. Probably one of the things you would have noticed, just as a general kind of like makeup of the population, at least this cross section around this harbor area. You would probably notice that like most cities that maybe not that you're used to, but most cities in the Sword Coast that you've seen in Baldur's Gate, primarily humans. Most Chultans are dark skinned. There are some people that are obviously not native to this land that are of various nationalities. A lot of people from like Kalimshan, it looks like. Kalimshan is kind of more like Arabic kind of in look, kind of because it's like a desert nation. There is a pretty decent amount of dwarves. You would have probably noticed they don't look like the dwarves that you've used to from the Sword Coast at all. The dwarves here, a lot of them seem to be, not quite as stocky. A lot of them are more tanned, and kind of a lot of them wear kind of like they have like facial tattoos and like feathers tied into their beards and that kind of thing. Although you do see several dwarves that are like just albino and have like blue paint in various like designs on their face and arms, and they're kind of just in robes. You would also, other than the tabaxi that I mentioned earlier, they're kind of around. There's very few elves or half elves or elvish people. You maybe see one or two, but they're obviously like from some of the ships or not from here. Other than that, you might see one or two like dragonborn. Probably don't notice any tieflings or Asimar. They're just not around, at least in this area. But nobody really sticks out. There's not a lot. Yeah, I would say there's probably half orcs. Although there are some, they're obviously like sailors or off the ships, or like dock workers. But they don't look like they. They look like they came in here on ships, not like local. So maybe orcs aren't too prevalent in these parts. But yeah, that's kind of like a cross section of the kind of peoples that you're seeing. But nobody stands out as like.
No, we're not.
No halflings or gnomes.
Probably like a very small handful. Gnomes probably wouldn't have seen any gnomes, but maybe a couple halflings here and there, but not a lot.
They're so small.
I would turn to Jonah and I'd say, well, to be honest, I think probably the most interesting people I've seen around here are you and me.
I would
I
say
think so
we're
too.
the strangers in a land of strangers.
I'd tell Baz I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I think you would have noticed, as far as people noticing you guys, a few people would have looked twice at yourself, but nobody is like seems to be super shocked. But a few of them give you odd looks here and there. Nobody seems to notice, either doesn't seem to notice, or actually I would say that you probably would have noticed that anyone who saw Donaquin would probably mostly seem to have kind of like brightened up a bit, or like smiled and like waved at him. Donaquin is just kind of like shrugs and kind of like waving at people, but nobody like approaches or says anything, but they seem to be happy to see him.
We have a celebrity.
Yeah, Donaquin, are you famous or something?
Like a lucky cat.
Like I said, I don't really know Sean's character's personality yet, but no, not that he knows of.
We're gonna stumble across a town that's got a statue of him in the middle of it.
I would say, but maybe they've seen
Donaquin
others like him who have been famous.
That's a good point.
That seems kind of racist.
Donaquin should let us know eventually if you'd want to pursue something like that.
Office Bob.
It's just
Let's find ourselves a place to hole up in.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can talk to some common folk, and maybe this is apparently the officials were not getting very far with.
I would like to potentially find a safe place to put my backpack away. So maybe we head to the Thundering Lizard, head that way.
Around that point?
I'm kind of doing this move, and I'm like, I don't know about you guys, but I could definitely go for a drink, or two or three.
Yeah, and it just so, I mean, I think you guys noticed, but it seems like they're not particularly fond of the arcane here. Don't really know why, but maybe if you have the capabilities, avoid it.
They have strange customs, but
that's good to know. Jonah, maybe ease up on the wand sales. I do love those things, but maybe.
I still don't know what they are. They're like back scratchers, right?
Implements of magic.
Maybe we find out what's this attitude or law. I mean,
right. So let's
head towards
the
Thundering Lizard.
Thundering Lizard.
Yeah.
And that's by
Thundering Lizard,
right?
Sorry, that's by the way.
Yeah, it's down towards that way. Yeah.
it's down towards the market district.
It's past the market district, but
You
yeah.
have to like walk around basically to get down there.
So is this? Hold on, really quick. How do I? Oh, there we go. Is that a wall, or is there like an archway?
You can walk through it, but it's gated.
It's gated. Okay.
Yeah, there's a gate that you can pass underneath.
So it's a choke point kind of thing for defense.
Yeah, but it's the gate's like wide open. People are passing through it. There's nobody stopping anyone from going through it.
Okay.
It's an open gate. Okay.
Do any of those wilderness guides happen to be in the area that we're going to? That from the post-it board?
From what you can tell, hiring a guide seems to go through, and it'd probably be pretty clear. Hiring a guide, with the exception of the one that specifically says that he's moved on to Fort Belwarian, hiring a guide seems to be through this Joe Ball merchant prince. Seems to be like the person to contact. It's kind of like they're all advertising their services individually, but some of them reference Joe Ball specifically, but it seems like if you want to hire a guy, one of these guides, you would contact Joe Ball.
Oh. Yeah, I was hoping that we'd run into one or something.
Other than the
one that was tacked underneath, the two tabaxi.
Thinking that we could question whoever we met, maybe if they know anything about the expedition that Archie was looking into. Maybe they knew who guided them and which way they went.
Well, yep. Or the prince. The prince might know.
Maybe he does it.
Ask at the prince. We might be able to find out if a guide was hired. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that might be the better route rather than trusting that information to a bunch of sellswords.
Yeah. As we're walking, I would probably, just be like, I think I want to look at the map things personally as well, see what they have to offer. Not sure I'll, just see how quality they seem. Might be good as a good starting point.
Sure.
Okay. Absolutely. So you guys are heading like along this thoroughfare towards this gate then?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're passing, it's probably, by the way, at this point, it's probably like 1 or so in the afternoon. It has seemingly gotten even hotter, if you can believe it, as the sun is kind of like peeking up in the sky. But as you pass in front of the temple of Gond, you can smell and hear sounds of like forges and like lathes and like sawing, and you can see that there are as you kind of walk by, you can look inside. There's like a central courtyard. This big blocky building is like a square with an open courtyard to the sky, and you can see inside because it's open. These big double doors that pass through into the courtyard. As you're passing by, you can see that there's all sorts of like craftspeople moving around and like workshops and stalls and workbenches all over the place in there. There is a big fountain in the middle that seems to be drawing water up out of the ground and like in various like intricate designs. And you can see as well, like there's all sorts of like pulleys and like gears.
Cool.
As it heats up more, I take my always cold white gem and I just kind of like slip it down the back of my cloak, just that's kind of sitting there on my dagger between my shoulder blades.
How dare you?
That is like the coolest thing.
Are there any gnomes in the Temple of God?
Oh, let's see.
Just so I could see.
Are you going to go in or just like through the doorway that you can see?
Just through the doorway. Anyone of gnomish stature.
Give me a quick perception check. See if you can...
I'd be looking in there too, I think.
Sure.
That place smells.
That's my first roll of the campaign.
Nice.
Wow.
You see what at first you think is a gnome, but it turns out to just be a kind of a halfling.
A sack of potatoes.
But a sack of potatoes, no. But as you're looking, you don't see any gnomes in particular, even though like Gond is a gnomish god, or at least is one of important in the gnomish pantheon, anyways. But you don't actually see any gnomes in there. You do see a rather kind of like barking orders. You do see a
Doesn't this rooster know the date is already like past midday?
yeah, you do see a dwarf woman who has she looks like some of those other dwarves you've seen wandering around. She's got like a heavy kind of bronze necklace, as well as like other smaller necklaces made of like seashells with like a big symbol of Gond hanging in the middle, and she has her hair's kind of like in kind of in a single ponytail in the back with like these two large like red feathers sticking out of it. She looks like she's in charge, but she is not a gnome.
Okay.
You guys keep going, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Passing through the gate, something occurs as you pass through the gate.
Excuse me.
It's another bird.
I think there's barking spiders here.
Actually, no, nothing occurs as you pass through the gate. So there is a
Nothing that we know of.
So as you guys keep heading through, you kind of get to like the center square just beyond that gate, where that little circle is, which, as it turns out, is a intricately carved fountain. This fountain is quite large. It's probably about like 20 feet across, and has what looks to be sea animals kind of jumping. In the center is a large, what looks like a hammerhead shark, with kind of leaning over, kind of in a menacing stance, like kind of coming out of this big wave, and there's water pouring out of its mouth, and then there's other like little water shooting up here and there. In front of that fountain, there is a Chultan man. He is probably about like 6.5 feet tall, well muscled. He's bare from the waist up, but you can see that he's not facing you currently. He's facing the fountain. He looks like he's got like some heavy necklaces around his neck. Very dark skinned, but he's got what looks to be it almost looks like ritual scarring all over his back and down his arms. It's not tattoo work, but it looks like it's designed. It's not just like from wounds or whatever. That's kind of like brighter in color against his dark skin. He's got kind of heavy kind of like dreadlocks that hang down about midway down his back, and he seems to be wearing some sort of like cap or whatever on top of his head. That's just kind of this bright blue silk, and then he's wearing just kind of like almost like it's almost like a heavy kind of blue silk like skirt almost that covers his lower half, and then hanging from his belt is like strings of like seashells, and he's holding in his hand what looks like a kind of maybe not a dagger, but like kind of like a cutting implement, like a saw or something, that's like looks like it's made of bone and like carved intricately. It almost looks like it's made of like seashell or something rather than bone, but it's hard to tell. And in his other hand, he's holding a small bloody bird that's dripping blood down his arm. And he's intoning. He's not facing you, but he's intoning something in a language. But he keeps saying the same word over and over, which seems to be Sekolah.
Suck on it.
You could make a religion roll.
Does it kind of look to me like it's somebody like what I would be doing, like praying to the ancestors or something for a kill or something similar to that?
Yeah, it definitely seems
along those lines, anyways.
yeah. Aelin, you don't know. Archie, you recognize the name, but you don't know a lot. It's a very obscure deity. You recognize it as like some. You don't know anybody in the Sword Coast that openly worships this god, but you've heard rumors probably of some like island folk worshipping them. But Sekala is like a god of sharks and the hunt. He's also known as the Devourer. But you don't really know too much about the deity itself or their practices. But yeah, this man seems to be offering some sort of sacrifice. He actually, as you kind of like approach, because you got to walk past him if you're going to keep going where you're going. As you're approaching, you can see that he kind of like, as he's like repeating this, he kind of like opens his palm up and like squeezes the bird, like causing blood to like run out and like drip into the fountain, into the water. And it kind of swirls around, but quickly like clears out because the water's moving through this fountain actually pretty fast and seems to clear itself out.
Don't drink from the fountains.
Is there anybody else around the fountain?
Not near him, no, not like at the fountain either. But there's people moving about in the streets and stuff.
Yeah.
But there's nobody like near him or seeming to be with him or paying too much attention to him. It doesn't seem like it's a super odd sight, like as far as the other people around. Yeah. Do you guys do anything?
Low profile, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to bother the people, so what do I know?
Yeah.
I just won't drink from that fountain. Or down.
I mean,
down
or any of them to be safe.
I just wanted to dunk my face, but I don't think I want to anymore.
Oops. Oh, God, I can never
Out of
remember.
the walls is looking more and more inviting.
You guys can see as well. That will open up to you. You can see up there's like that stone bridge that connects the two hills that goes above the street as you pass through the square. The guy doesn't pay any mind to you as you pass him if you don't say anything or do anything to him. He just keeps kind of repeating what he's doing. But you see there looks to be up that direction some sort of market, relatively small market, but it's got like kind of long awnings with a few stalls here and there, and it looks like in that direction the houses look a little bit bigger, a little bit nicer looking in that direction than the other way. Yeah, and from this distance you can see that the market is not like a rambunctious like food market or anything. Like it seems to be like discerning buyers kind of moving about in like small like pairs and not super crowded. And there, you also see that there are just by quick count there's probably at least 20 to 30 guards in and around that market.
Okay.
Some of which don't look like they're like city guards. They might be like private bodyguards or something, but they're definitely armed, like tough looking guys. Down the other way, kind of to the left.
Which I think is the direction we're going.
You can see what looks to be a massive tented structure that takes up the entirety of the street and the square. There are so down this there are like kind of like a few huts. The street's fairly narrow, and looking down that way you can see that there's quite a few what looks like beggars all like lining this area and kind of like ramshackle huts. But beyond that is this massive like multicolored domed tent that towers above, and you can see like dozens upon dozens of stalls, and it's packed with people moving about, shouting their wares. It looks to be some sort of massive, like probably their main grand bazaar of some sort in this big tented structure. Beyond that, you can also see up above. You can see there is another bridge that kind of connects to like one of the hills. Because the walls up on the left are kind of like they're like hills up here.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another bridge that kind of connects that middle island. And so far, you haven't seen any way up onto these hills except for beyond over here, where beyond the Temple of Gond. You haven't seen any other ways to get up onto those hilltops, and they're walled.
Okay.
Nice.
So I guess we'll go into
the bazaar.
Yeah, do we want to pass through, go to the Thundering Lizard, or do we want to just shop here while we're at it?
Well,
I mean, we can go and come back.
Might be a little bit dangerous. I feel like I could probably spend quite a bit of time there. So maybe we just plan to...
we don't have a lot of... Well, I don't have a lot of gold to kick around.
Neither do I. I feel like if I find anything good, I might just blow it all in one go.
We might want to find lodging for the night first, and then hopefully find work.
Yeah.
I also don't want to hang around in a super crowded place with all of my possessions on me.
No.
I just don't want to be around a super crowded place.
We'll just pass through. I'll
come back.
I'll keep my nose to myself.
You worry about your spending. I can always hold on to anything you want to make sure you don't blow.
I'll be okay. As long as I don't see fresh saffron, I think I'll be okay.
Shit's expensive.
I'd say smell.
Okay. So we're gonna try and move through the marketplace without spending too much time.
Yeah, as we pass through, I would be keeping a very close eye on Aracellus and Mai's like coin pouches, just making sure there's nothing.
I'm holding my bag, my extra bag, like closer to me.
Yeah, in reality,
I'm kind of hugging it.
In reality, Baz, he's like looking forward. He's like keeping the line out.
He's got his like eyes wide, but he's just looking straight ahead.
I mean, I'm looking straight ahead, but if you notice my trunk at the bottom is just going. He's doing.
Yeah, and so this place, it's a very crowded and large market. There's actually like winding, like almost like alleyways of stalls, so it's not just like this main thoroughfare which is neatly arranged. So it takes you actually a while to move through, especially with the crowd. You recognize, you learn very quickly as you're moving through, as people are like kind of calling out. A lot of them aren't calling out in languages you understand, but when they realize you're foreigners, a lot of them switch to like common that you can understand, and they keep and a lot of them welcome you to the Grand Souk, they call it, whatever that exactly means. So this place, you see stalls for pretty much anything and everything. You see stalls that seem to be buying and selling timber and lumber of different varieties and exotic woods, spices, medicines, plants, dinosaur skulls, or lizard skulls. You don't know the word dinosaur technically, but you know what I mean. Carved ivory, like animal pelts of all sorts of different, like...
that might trigger me a little bit.
There's like pelts of all sorts of like different colored and like you've never seen before, like in like strange exotic colors, colorful feathers and carved trinkets, all sorts of like food, tropical fruits and like dozens and dozens of varieties that you've never seen before. You even see like small animals, like little monkeys in cages, exotic birds, and all sorts of like other like cooked like meat pies, and other things. And it's super noisy, jostling. and very aroma-rich. There's tons of street performers and minstrels adding to the cacophony of noise. But it is surprisingly cool. There's a lot of like hanging plants, and like it's all shaded. So it's surprisingly cool compared to being out. Even though there's so many people in here, you'd think it'd be a bit stifling, but it feels very kind of airy with very like high roofed, and it keeps the sun off. You also pass by as well a few stalls, one of which is because you're actually approached by a woman merchant who's got like a little tray. And she walks up to you and she says, "Ah, newcomers, new in Chult." And she's like looks at you guys, several of which is like scratching because of all these little bites. And she hands you like a little cup with kind of like a greenish blue like paste in it. And she's like, "On the house, but come back if you like more." And she kind of like hands it to you, and she points to your arm, and she's like, "Help with the bites."
Seem legit.
I'll sniff it.
It is rather pungent. It's
You know what? I'm not gonna sniff it. I'm just gonna take a bit and put it on my bites and see. I'm testing it.
It immediately tingles, and there's like a cooling sensation on your skin, and very quickly the itching stops, and the little red bites you have start like going down.
Cool.
I just
How much? I ask her how much that
and
is.
just go how much.
That's a good question. How much do these cost?
70.
1 million gold.
$1 million. Port, just 1 sec.
That's lovely.
What happens if you rub it in your mouth?
It's got a very cooling, numbing sensation on your tongue.
That's a fun night.
Probably not.
So if you ask her about it, she will explain. She kind of waves you back to one of the larger stalls where there's like a few other people behind it, and it looks like they're selling it in like they're selling two different things. They're selling like the kind of like containers of like a fair bit of like this greasy salve, like you saw, and they're also selling what looks like insect or incense sticks. And she would explain that lighting the incense will keep them off, but the salve will help with the bites. And she explains that while they won't protect against some of the larger species in the jungle, the little ones, and then one of the guys probably kind of leans in and he's like, Don't underestimate the little ones. Shivering sickness abounds. And he points and he's like, "It'll keep them off. Keep your blood clean." She explains that a block of incense sells for 1 silver piece. And just so you guys know, when lit, it burns for 8 hours and will affect a 20-foot radius centered on the burning.
Okay.
A vial of salve sells for 1 gold pieces and contains 20 applications. An application will protect the wearer against normal insects for 24 hours. However, it is waterproof. It will not wash off in rain. And almost on cue, there's a crack of thunder, and suddenly, like out of almost nowhere, the top of the tent starts being hit by a few drops, and within seconds, it's like a deluge outside, like, and you see like a sweep of rain. Yeah, and you see a lot of people when that happens, like looking back, like they leave under the tension, like stand in the rain and just kind of like look up. And then like within like moments, probably like a minute or so, it just kind of like peters out and is gone. And then the heat rapidly starts rising again. The people kind of like shake themselves off and like go back to what they were doing.
I think I would have joined.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're offering salves, the salves and the incense. Those are the prices. 1 gold piece for 20 applications, 1 silver piece per 8-hour like stick to burn.
Archie is gonna buy a salve, one for each of us. She's gonna buy one for everybody. So that's 6.
6 gold.
Yeah, 6.
It'd be 6 gold and 20 applications. They last for 24 hours, so it's 20 days worth if you continuously have it applied.
Yeah. So by 6 of those.
A salve also weighs 1 pound. So for 20 applications, it's 1 pound.
So, sorry, did you buy that for everybody or?
Yeah, I'm buying 1 salve for everybody.
Well, we can split that up, like 1 for everybody, so that spreads that out. And the incense is. I got plenty of carrying capacity.
And then and she'll buy 5 of the incense.
5 of the
incense.
Blocks, the incense. Sure.
Yeah. So 1 salve for everybody, and then 5 incense.
Okay, I put them in the party sheet, but yeah, that will be 6.5 gold then. So if you want to deduct that, the person that gave you this, she thanks you and she says you will not regret it. Very important, very important. And then she says compliments of Coyote.
Who's Coyote?
Coyote is the person who makes the best tej in town.
Is that drink?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds like he's quite the proprietor.
I would ask her who Coyote is. Being new to the area, we've heard the name pop up a few times.
She nods and she's like, Coyote is, well, in addition to being my employer, is also one of the 7 merchant princes on the Golden Council. And she says, Coyote is, and she kind of like, sorry, I'm just reading something. She says, Coyote deals in, and she kind of gestures around at a few other stalls. She's like, she deals in the finest fruits, wines, ale, tej, oils, perfumes, insect salve, etc. She has... These are her stock in trade in the markets here in the city.
It's quite the spread. But more or less the same.
Don't get them mixed up.
You know the main sort of ingredient in stuff.
You think they're gonna?
And she kind of like just like shakes her finger. She's like, no, very proprietary information. If Coyote wanted competitors, she would freely sell you that, I am sure.
I would flash her a big old Loxodon grin and say, "Oh, come on! I'm new. I'm interested in the local and
academic interest only."
Of course.
And she kind of like looks a little nervous, and she kind of laughs, and she's like, she kind of steps back. She's like, no, willing to sell you for sure, but no, I cannot divulge any secrets.
Oh, very well, very well.
And then she kind of like picks up like another tray that someone else there has like prepared with the little tiny cups, and she's like, and then she kind of looks at like somebody else in the crowd. She's like, salve for you, and she's like, she nods. She's like, thank you so much.
I'm gonna rub the rest of my sample just on the rest of my bites as we walk away.
All right. So you guys continue through.
Yeah, as we've been walking through, have I, as my nose picked up any like anything that would immediately like twinge Baz's like,
Or
oh my
sense? No.
oh my god, I need that.
You could make a perception check. I think you don't. You have like keen smell or something. You have advantage on this, don't you?
I do have advantage on perception checks when it comes to smell. Didn't really help that much.
Oh,
All right.
right off
Well,
that 20.
I mean, you. It may just be that just like the torrent of smells coming from everywhere, or it
Yeah.
could be the fact that one of your companions next to you is very strongly smelling of this salve she's rubbed all over herself recently. But you don't pick up anything specific. But I mean, there's just walking through, you can tell that there are plenty of spices you have never smelled before. Where exactly and which ones? I mean, if you spent some time and
Yeah, I
You'll
would.
come back.
Baz definitely wants to come back and just spend hours just going to every single stall, looking at, smelling, sampling, like
You
everything.
have a spice problem.
the spice must flow.
I would also keep my eye out for one thing while we're walking through.
We are coming back.
I know,
literally like the way it smells.
while we're walking through, if I notice it, that's all.
What are you looking for?
Anybody selling just like hand fans?
Probably, yeah.
Just like a cheap fan, basically.
Like if you want to pick up like a little wooden like paper fan with like probably like a picture of a bird on it or something, you could probably pick it up for like, I don't know, a couple copper, like a cheap one. There's probably more expensive ones if you want a really hardy one, but like just a cheap old like souvenir kind of fan, yeah, sure.
Exactly, that's all I'm looking for.
I went to
Chult, and all I came home
I got was a rousing fan.
I would get one too, and I'd hold it with my trunk.
Yeah.
It is like this big compared to him.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right. Well, as you make your way, as you're kind of like heading out the other south, I guess not the south end, but we'll call it south for the purposes of my map because I'm too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It's not actually south.
North
It's
is
south.
now up.
Well, the question is, Corey, are there like in the descriptions in the book? Does it ever specify they need to go east?
I don't think so, but I don't know. But either way, you guys know. But if it ever matters, north is technically like to the right.
To the water.
Gotcha.
But just assume for ease of purposes that if I say north, I mean the top of the map, but it may not be in canon north. As you guys move by, there's some, like, not all these buildings like stand out as something like amazing, but as you guys move down, you encounter another fountain in this square here. You see another one of those same guys in the blue. This guy doesn't have like a bloody bird or anything in his hand, but he's like kneeling and he seems to be like chanting, and he just kind of like continuously like kind of like bobs his head and like touches the surface of the water and then back up. And this guy, he looks similar to the other guy. He's got like ritual scarring all over the place. He's got like those heavy kind of shell necklaces and stuff. And as you're walking, a person approaches you.
Oh God.
We already got salve.
A human male, a Chultan. He is wearing kind of what looks to be like kind of stained, kind of white silver robes, and kind of walks with a bit of a limp. He also has a kind of like bruise, like he's been in a fight recently, like a bruise around his eye, but it seems mostly healed. And he kind of like stumbles forward. You recognize around his neck he's got the symbol which you've identified as Savras. And he kind of like stumbles towards you, and as he gets close, he kind of like mumbles almost to himself, and he kind of like looks. I'll just roll a d6. Who's close? Who's he going to be close to? He'll stumble up towards like Blackwind, And he kind of like suddenly like lurches forward and clutches your arm, and he looks directly at you, and his eyes are kind of rolled back in his head and white, and he kind of gasps out in kind of broken common. He says, "Speak to the wise guardian of Orolunga, east of Umbala. She can direct you to that which you seek." And then he collapses to the ground, seemingly unconscious.
Whoa.
Fuck.
To the wise guardian, they say?
Of
Speak to the wise
Thank
guardian
you.
of Orulunga.
Ogunga Bunga.
Rescue to that which you seek.
Okay.
Have I ever heard of Orulunga?
So I checked them out to see if are they still alive or.
Seems to be unconscious but breathing. Orolunga, make a history check.
Is there anything that seems to be obviously wrong, like wounds or as well? Or
No, like he seems to have been in a fight recently, but those wounds are well healed, other than just some bruising around his left eye. Orolunga, both of you, Jonah and Archie, you recognize that. You cast your minds back, and probably both of you would recall at Syndra's funeral, there was a kind of like people had like brought flowers and things, and one of the flowers placed there had a small plaque, and just underneath it said "Blessings of Orolunga" under it. That's literally all you know, but the flowers were very distinct. They were kind of like these purple, like almost like orchids, with like a kind of like red flowers, like centers that kind of sprouted from them. You hadn't seen them before at the time. You didn't take any note, but given your phenomenal role, yeah, it seems at least somebody who cared for Syndra.
what's that noise?
Followed this Orulunga, but it's not a deity that I've heard of.
No.
Are there any like official like guard type people walking around?
Sure. Yeah, you can probably see a patrol somewhere relatively close.
I would flag one down. I would say, this man, he just collapsed.
And a couple of them kind of look over and start making their way towards you guys. The people, like, it's not super crowded here. And sorry, just to give you guys a quick sense of scale of Port Nyanzaru, this place it's pretty big, but it's nowhere near the size of like Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
Like this place, the entirety of this could fit inside like one ward of Baldur's Gate. So but there is still quite a large amount of people, but we're not talking like hundreds of thousands. It's probably in the tens of thousands. So there's still quite a few people, but and so yeah, they start making their way towards you and kind of like but as they're walking towards you, the man's eyes kind of flutter open, and he kind of looks up at Blackwood, who's kind of like leaning over, like checking whether he's breathing, and he's like, what, who, where am I, what?
You're back.
He's like, back? Did I go somewhere?
Well?
Where am I? And he kind of sits up and kind of looks down at the guards as they're getting closer, and one of the guards like kind of spits on the ground as he gets closer, and he says something in Chultan, but you don't understand, to the other guy, and the guy's like, Ashek, and he's like, stop making trouble, stop bothering the visitors, and then he says, they turn to you and he says, ignore him, he's crazy, and then they just kind of like, seemingly uncaring about his condition, like can go to like just leave.
Very well. Are you thirsty? Do you wish for some water?
And he nods. He's like, yes, please, yes.
I'll break out my water skin. Seems I haven't used it yet.
And he like glugs it down and then like pours it on his face a little bit. And he's like, oh, thank you. And he kind of like pushes himself up on one knee and kind of like rubs his arm where he like kind of skinned it a little bit on the flagstones, and he's like,
Can I help
sorry,
you in any way?
I apologize. He's like, the heat, I have fainting spells.
Can I help you in any way to take you to somewhere to sit or?
And
Or-
he shakes his head. He's like, no, I feel much better now. Thank you. He's like,
Do you
And then-
remember what you spoke?
he kind of looks at you like, what's that?
Oh, you spoke to me about the wise guardian of Orolongo.
And he kind of
Orolongo, east of Mumbai.
he kind of like gets like this quizzical look on his face. And he's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, all right. Okay. I'm just kind of puzzled. I'm like, well, I mean, if you're fine, and if
Does-
not, I can offer aid to get somewhere.
And he kind of like looks around at you all and seems like confused. Like he's just kind of like shakes his head a little bit. He's like, no, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine. I'm feeling much better. I think I'll retire to the temple. Yes, I'm sure that grandfather has work I can do. Yes, he's always so kind. And he looks up at you and he's like, have you visited yet the temple? He's like, no, what am I saying? Of course you haven't. No, you wouldn't have gone there. There's no reason to. No, ignore me, please. No, thank you so much. And he starts like inching away from you guys.
I look up at the rest of you guys and be like, that's the second time I've heard the grandfather. It does seem maybe we should go to this place as well.
I'm trying
After
to
we-
remember. Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, we don't know the exact place, but I could probably tail them.
Well, he was wearing the symbol of Severus.
Oh, Severus, that's right.
Yeah.
Do I know if people used to refer to Severus as the grandfather?
Doesn't ring any bells, no.
I'm
It sounds
trying
more
to-
like he's talking about a person that he's referring to as grandfather.
I'm trying to remember, Corey, if this is meta knowledge or character knowledge. Do we know that the worship of Severus has diminished greatly over the past 5 years?
I don't.
It's been. I would say if you're proficient in religion, you know that there are rumors about problems in the church in like the Church of Severus, but I don't think it's it's not widespread knowledge that they're having problems. But it's just kind of like rumors of people going to Severus for services and things and not getting what they want. So there's kind of like rumblings of like. So yeah, there's that kind of stuff, but
He was sort of a niche god anyway.
yeah,
So,
he's not a widespread thing.
It's not like if Muradin died.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
But we know where the temple is. We've seen a temple with that symbol, right?
Yeah, it seemed to be up on that hill, like above the Temple of Gond, like near the harbor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I'd say let's still find
yeah, I
this place.
mean, unless you stop him, he's just going to continue kind of inching away until he's like slowly
I think I
walking
know
away
where
from you
he's
guys.
going, unless he doesn't go there. but-
Yeah, well, I mean, he's heading north towards the Grand Souk, and he's just kind of like doing that kind of like walking backwards and like bobbing thanks since he slowly backs away from you guys. Like,
we'll
Let him go.
let him go, and we'll if we want to go to that temple at some point, we will.
We could stop in.
I would like to get settled before I
Yeah.
completely. I don't want to separate the group yet.
He's Wandering lizard. We'll get there some eventually.
you're getting there. You're almost there. You're almost there. I swear. So
And it's coming in handy though.
you guys do notice, you see the several steep staircases, like switchback staircases leading up to the top of the hill here. I'll just,
Can we see what's up there now that we're closer?
almost.
There's a fucking bear there.
It's funny you say that, but you actually do hear like a kind of bestial roar from up there.
Or dinosaurs.
There seems to be some sort of big gate, and you can just make out the edge of some sort of like raised structure with like spires on it. It seems circular, but it's mostly behind walls, like at the top of the hill. You can see that up there. You can also see over to your. Let me just uncover that. There we go. Over here on the left, there is a very large gate. So as you're making your way down here, this large central gate is adorned with vines. It's about 30 feet high and seems very old compared to the rest of the city. This seems if you had to guess, this looks like it's like one of the outer walls of the city. It is covered in like motifs of like very crude stone like art, but it's like carved in and very faded. But it seems to be like large like humanoids like fighting each other, standing above like mountains and rivers. In the center, it is dominated by a large, and this is carved, faded into the stone, and it's so faded like some of it's like smooth, but you can make out what that labyrinthine like circular symbol, the one that's on your key, the one you saw in the mural on the lighthouse, like faded into the stone. And on either side of the gates, on the parts that come down, it's carved to look like a great set of jaws, like closing around the gate, of some sort of bestial jaws. There's two sets of heavy doors and two heavy iron portcullises that look like well maintained and new. That's in the center. They're all open right now, and you can see that there's about 12 guards in like inside at alert, 6 on each side of the gate. Beyond, you can see out through that gate. You can see what looks to be like another district of the city. It looks like a gorge of some sort. If I can do this.
Gorge of the jungle.
And you will quickly see a name here, but you probably would have heard someone refer to this area by name. Anyways, I think earlier I mentioned this name.
Yeah,
The chick at the harbor
Merowyn.
clerk.
Head
Yeah.
clerk.
So you can see I will make this public.
She said it was one of the areas to stay away from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, so there's these two gorges that are like very steep, like probably hundreds of feet up on either side, and there's all sorts of like ramshackle huts built into the side of the walls. There's like rope bridges that cross it, and it's just like a throng of people. It looks a very poor neighborhood, and you can see like packs of like monkeys like swinging on like vines and stuff, and like stray dogs and like small like strange cats with like really long ears and stuff moving about, and like beggars and stuff. There is what looks to be just outside the gates, not too far, what looks to be some sort of like temple structure, but it looks like it's built up, and then there's like this wooden kind of framed, looks like maybe some sort of tavern that's been built around this old stone frame. But there is a gold coin with a smiling face on it, prominently displayed in kind of the center of it.
Okay.
Beyond that, you can't quite see, but it looks like it heads out out of the gorge, and like you can see like way in the distance, like grassland and like trees. So it looks like if you kept heading that way, you'd be like heading out into the jungle.
Are there any guards directly around us?
Not directly around you, no. I mean, there's like patrols of like 2 or 3 guards that move past, but there's not like a ton of them. But there's like a dozen guards standing around in that gate, and they're not blocking people from moving in and out, but they're definitely like stopping people and just like questioning them, especially people coming in. They stop everybody that's coming in. People that go out, they kind of like say a few words and like briefly, and then they head on. They're mostly speaking Chultan, and you don't see very many like non-locals moving in and out of these gates.
I want to go up to one of the guards who's on this side. So I don't want to like go through the gate, but there's some on this side, right?
Yeah. There's about a half dozen. So one of them that looks like he's maybe like a sergeant or in charge. He kind of steps forward and he's like, "Welcome, travelers. If you're heading out of town, I would advise this direction. Go out through the northern gate."
I just have a quick question. Not going out. Just have a question for you, if that's okay.
He nods. He's like, "All right."
I would point to the faded symbol, like the big faded one, and I would just be like, "What is that?"
He's like,
in the most innocent tone possible.
He's like, and he kind of looks. He's like, "The gate? It's Abtao's jaws."
The circular faded thing. It's also on like the lighthouse. I've seen it a couple times. I was just curious what it was.
He nods and he's like, kind of looks from like one of you to the next, and he's like, "Why do you want to know?"
I'm new to town and I've never seen it before. It was neat looking.
Sorry, one sec.
Nom nom.
I'm attempting to look disinterested while paying very close attention.
Okay.
I'm attempting to look very innocent and like wide-eyed, just like curious child sort of thing.
Okay. Well, the guard kind of like looks you up and down, and he kind of like shrugs, like, okay. And he's like, "That's Abtao, the symbol, the father of this land. His children roam the forest, the protector and the deceiver." He's like, I don't know any foreigners who know of him too much. He's like, he's an old god. He's gone mostly.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
And then he kind of like, if you go to, are you going to move away?
I would move to like be like, thank you, have a nice day, basically.
Okay. He kind of like, he doesn't like grab your arm, but he kind of like touches you on the arm as you go to move away. And he says, "The great god Abtao loved mazes. If you happen upon a maze of any kind, do yourself a favor and trace a path through it. You will earn Abtao's favor if you do so."
I like a good puzzle.
How do you spell that?
Sorry? What?
How do you spell that?
Oh, the name?
Abtao? Yeah.
Z-E.
M-A-Z-Z-E. Abtao.
Go.
Yeah. And he referred to him as alternately as the protector and the deceiver.
I thought that was the children.
No.
He protects the children.
Oh.
Yeah, he said that his children wander the jungle, is what he said.
Gotcha.
I would ask if there's any way to recognize his children.
He gets a chuckle from some of the other guards, and the one guy says, he's and he kind of like, and the guy that you were talking to smiles as well, and he's like, and he kind of like over his shoulder to them, he's like, "These foreigners want to know how to recognize the children." And they kind of like bust out laughing, and the one guy says, he's like, "Oh, believe me, you recognize the honkers." He's like, "They're all over the place." And then he points, and you see like a cart moving past with one of those big lizards pulling it, and he kind of just points at it.
Stupid foreigners.
Unfortunately, I think I need to call it for myself right now. Initially I was going to go to 10, but 10:30 is also probably a good spot. But I'm going to head out.
Do the rest of you want to keep playing for a little bit, or?
I say At least make it to the end.
Get to the inn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. If
I-
we get to combat, we can stop or something. Like that. If we happen into combat.
We were getting to the inn nearish anyway, so Baz will
Okay.
follow you guys and check into the inn, and yeah. If
Okay.
if you guys continue past the inn, Baz will just stay and chill out.
Sure.
That's fine.
Get
Okay.
drunk.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Brad.
Hope you enjoyed what you did play so far.
It was very good. I love all the description. Port Nyanzaru is very cool. But not cool because it's really hot. You know?
Yeah.
I want ice cream.
All right.
Can you bring me an ice cream?
Anything else you want to do with these guards here? Or do you want to keep moving south?
No, I just wanted to inquire.
You can see what looks to be a large structure up ahead. This would be, as you approach it, nothing occurs on walking down the street there. But as you approach it, you can see that there is a large wooden sign that sticks out, and hanging from it there is a picture of what looks to be a large bipedal creature with massive jaws, and kind of stomping, and he's kind of like leaning down and like chomping on some sort of like, I don't know, it looks almost like an elephant or a boar. Probably.
You have tiny.
He does have,
tiny arms?
yes, he has two tiny little arms.
Yes.
It's Lucy.
By the way, I can't wait for you guys to encounter. Anyways,
And get destroyed by a T-Rex.
you can
Revenge at last.
you can see that there is just a little bit past this building. You can see that there are several large taverns, all kind of like built side by side, but it all seems to be one part of one structure. There are several tap rooms and large taverns, and two stages in two of the different ones for live music. And it is a multi-storied building. It's 3 stories as well, so it's a larger building on this street. You assume this is the Thundering Lizard Inn, and that assumption would be correct, based on the sign. Nothing actually says Thundering Lizard, but I mean, what else could it be? You also see just past it, there seems to be another gate that's and as you'd be like roughly here. Oops. Anyways, you're on this area in front of the place. You can see the gate because it's right beside the inn. This gate is old like the other one that you passed. It is a heavy stone gate. It has a double portcullis and is covered in vines and motifs of what looks to be these large lizards and Chultan warriors in wooden masks that depict various animals that seem to be like hunting them. There is only about 5 guards at this gate, and it doesn't have the 2 big heavy doors. It is open, however. And yeah, and you can also see beyond. At least a little bit beyond. You can see like a kind of a crush of kind of poor looking buildings, but even beyond those you can see what looks to be like more docks.
Wonder if I can go pearl diving there.
Down the other direction, like further down, like past the gate, you can see what looks to be what looks to be like various it's like smaller like merchant stalls, but it's not like a big tent like the souk, but it looks like various other smaller merchant stalls. some sort of like smaller market or bazaar.
Cool.
But you see a lot more. Like you can see some stalls that have like big slabs of like meat and stuff, and like butchers, and there's like blood on the ground and like caged animals and things. So it looks like some sort of like meat market. And I mean, there's other stalls as well, but there's some of those like dominate. And there's like a smell of like, that tinny kind of smell of blood, is like wafting up the street from that direction.
In this heat, that's got to be a great combination.
With the O and the salves and probably the dinosaur poop.
And the big bird poop on my shoulder.
That's lucky. Keep that there forever.
I think we're
Always
probably
remember your first day in Chult.
We will.
I'm smelling
Okay.
fierce right now.
Well,
So what do you guys want to do? You want to go into the inn, or?
I would like to enter the inn.
Okay.
Figure out the room situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you enter, there is, hold on. Do I know who this person is? There is a man behind the counter, that kind of like greets you as you enter. He kind of like shouts over the crowd because it's pretty loud in here. You recognize at least probably 10 or so of the crew from your ship that have already made their way here. They're already like deep in their cups. You also see Tharkle Morn. He's kind of sitting over by the bar. He seems to be conversing with a kind of pale-skinned dwarf. You don't know what he's talking about. You can't hear him from this distance. There is a pair, or like a tabaxi band essentially, that is playing various like wind instruments and drums, and just kind of entertaining the crowd. But the man behind the counter, where the bar is, looks to be a wood elf. Probably the first elf you've seen entirely in this place. He has short, curly, golden hair. He has gray eyes. He looks like middle-aged, but it's hard to tell with elves. He has like kind of rough, tanned, bronze skin. He's about 4'7", so he's a little short, but he's pretty muscular. And yeah, you can see like as he walks in, or as you guys walk in, he immediately scowls at Blackwind, and scowls even further when he sees Baz come in the door.
Oh.
And then he kind of like looks down at the gnome and kind of like he doesn't scowl, but he's just kind of like, okay. And he looks at you too, like pale ace Mars, and then he looks over at the turtle, kind of brightens his eyes up a little bit when he sees Donaquin, but then he kind of hails you over. He's like, "Come, all are welcome. Come on in, grab a table. What can I get you? The name's Oland."
Doesn't seem like it.
He kind
Hello.
of points to an empty table.
It's our lucky turtle.
Yeah,
I'll
apparently.
walk down, but I keep my back to a wall.
Sure.
How is it to walk in here a place when I got a fucking glaive? Like I can use it as a walking staff, but I'm like they're pretty long weapons, so is
Yeah.
it still like?
I mean, you
Not,
probably have to like.
not getting in the way, right? But
Nah, you probably have to like finesse it like through the doorway, kind of thing.
oops. Sorry, excuse me.
Points.
I'll pay for that.
And he kind of he gestures to a nearby table and he says,
Sure.
"Come see me if you want rooms. If you want drink, server will be by shortly.
Yeah. Rooms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we bunking up or getting separate places?
Well,
Depends how big they are, I guess.
I don't take a lot of room.
Well,
I would go up and just ask what type of rooms he has on offer.
he's like, well,
We're-
we got
definitely-
common rooms, we got private rooms. Private rooms can sleep. Wow. And he kind of like looks around. He's like, well, I'd say 2. He's like, and he points at Baz, and he's like, might need to push 2 of the beds together for that one. He's like, you can fit 2 to a room, so 3 rooms will probably do you. 5 silver a night. 5 silver a night per room. If you want to sleep in the common rooms, you can. It's 2 silver a night, but there's no privacy. And that's per person.
All right. Well, let's say, did you say 3 would do it? Sorry, that's just Liz missing.
3 rooms.
Yeah. Basically, there's two people to a room.
So, 2.5 for a private room, or 2 for the common room.
Yeah, no, we'll do private. And what do you guys think?
Yeah, I'll sleep with Baz, since I take up the less room.
Do you want to do 2 nights to start?
Oh, night per night.
Yeah, let's.
And he kind of shrugs, and he's like, we got a lot of vacancies. You could pay by the night as you go. I don't imagine the demand will be too much. He's like,
Okay.
he's like, from what I understand, a lot of these sailors are sleeping on the ships, and he kind of like mutters like cheapskates.
Okay, then we'll take 3 rooms for the night, and I will cover those.
Can I also ask him if he has any beer for sale?
Absolutely. He's
What
like,
about Tej?
and he kind of looks up at the mention of Tej, and he's like, you have exotic tastes. You tried it before?
Of course.
He's
No, I haven't.
he's like, I do have some Tej in stock. I can sell you a mug. I can sell you a cask.
The cask might be a little too much for me.
It's the size of you.
And he nods, and he's like, it's made locally. Coyote provides it for most of the inns and tap rooms in the city. He's like, if you ask me, it's tastier than any beer or ale. And then he says, a mug of Tej costs 4 copper. A gallon cask is 2 silver.
Well, I'll try
What is
a
it?
mug first. Give me a mug, and then I
Do
will.
you say what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He describes it. Tej is an amber-colored fermented drink made from honey. So it's kind of like mead.
Oh.
It's a martini.
Yeah, I'll have a mug as well.
I'll try a
We
mug
heard something
and
about
see how it goes.
About what?
something about dreams that it gives
Gives
you.
you
Wow.
sweet dreams.
Yeah, it gives you good dreams.
Is that
Meaning
just
that it knocks you on your ass.
He's like, it's stronger than it appears, but most people sleep pleasantly if they have enough.
like the dead.
He's like, unlike some of your cruder ale or spirits or beer, the hangover is quite minimal with Tej. Hence why the popularity. You don't want to be hungover, not in this heat.
That's a fair point.
I'll have 2 mugs then.
Does he? Do they have anything lighter? Oh,
Water.
That's probably he'd probably shrug and he's like, water. We do have some ale or some white wine. The wine's a little more expensive. It's not really a local specialty. Coyote provides certain fruit wines, but they're a little on the more expensive side. So
okay, well, I'll keep that in mind for later. I will have a glass of tea.
Okay, so if you drink it, so just subtract 4. He'll give you change, obviously, but subtract 4 copper for every mug you want to drink.
I'll take 2.
I will start with 1.
I'm 6'4". I think I can handle it. No.
I mean, it is pretty sweet, but it is also relatively. I don't know what your characters can decide for themselves if they like the flavor. It's basically mead, but it is for. I don't know. It's got a bit of a spicy taste as well. But it's pretty good, and yeah. Unless you drink like quite a bit, you don't have to worry about getting like hammered drunk, but you'd probably, if you drink probably more than like, well, for gnomes they're a little smaller, but if you drink, and Baz would probably have to drink like a couple casks to get sloshed, given his constitution and size. But I'd say if you drink like more than like 3 or 4 cups, you might be at risk of becoming, and bear in mind it is only like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so I don't know if you want to get sloshed at this point.
I'm looking for something refreshing, so.
Sure. He can make you a white wine spritzer if you like.
Yeah, I would put in my order for Tej, and then I would look to Araceli and say, "Here, give me your stuff. I'll bring it up and just drop it off in the room for us."
Can you carry it?
I mean, I can make more than one trip.
Can you? That's not the way it goes. You have to do it in one trip.
I'm fine making multiple trips.
Dare you.
And
So, yep.
while I'm putting our stuff away, I would put the one salve and the sample in Archie's bag.
Okay. So you're like hauling gear up the stairs. The rest of you are enjoying Tej. While you're doing that, 2 things occur. Number 1, which one should I do first? Andre, so your rooms are up on the 3rd floor, of course, because make it a little harder to move your gear up.
That's fine.
Probably the second time you're heading up. There's kind of like there's several staircases actually on either end of the building. Then there's kind of like a landing with like a pretty open space with some like lounge chairs on the 2nd floor before you go like, head down hallways, and the same on the 3rd. Probably on your like 2nd trip, as you're walking like down the stairs, you don't bump into, but you encounter on the staircase a woman. She's relatively attractive human, dark hair. You would recognize her from the guides that you pulled off the board, because she's got this distinctive kind of red tattoo under her eye. So you would recognize her from her notice
She was
as
the last one, the one that was kind of shitty.
Yeah, as Salida. But she, as you're walking down the stairs, she's kind of walking up, and she kind of like pauses on the landing, like you kind of reach the landing on the 2nd floor at like the same time, and she kind of like stands there like directly in your way. There's enough room for like you to pass on the stairs, but she's kind of like standing directly in your way, and she kind of like looks you up and down, and then she kind of like leans in, and she's like, "You're one of the God touched."
And what's it to you?
It's like, "Oh no, I just find it interesting. We very rarely see your kind around here."
Well, maybe it'd be best if you forgot you saw me.
She's like, "Man of discretion. I am as well." And she kind of puts out her hand and she says, not I'm a man, but a person of discretion.
No judgment.
It got
Actually, I kind of like if she actually said that and then kind of got this like awkward, like not a man, but she kind of.
You too. I mean, thank you.
It's just like when you order dinner, enjoy your lunch. You too. It's like, well, I'm working, but thanks. Anyways, she like sticks her hand out, like extends her hand. She's like, "My name is Salida."
I would begrudgingly, I would kind of hesitate a moment and then shake her hand and say, "Aelin."
Aelin. She's like, you are new in town. You must be. I haven't heard of you. I'm sure I would have noticed, or someone would have said something. word spreads relatively quickly in these walls.
Well, maybe we won't be here long, so word won't need to spread.
And she's like, "Oh, you're shipping out, or perhaps heading into the jungle?" And she kind of notices your hesitation and answers, and she's like, I don't mean to pry, but I pride myself. I am one of the most skilled guides you'll find in Port Nyanzaru.
We saw your flyer.
You did, so you're familiar. She's like, well, I don't want to push, but you'll find that most of the other guides, while some are relatively competent, they do not know these lands like I do. And she's like, stay away from Farul and Gondola. They are charlatans through and through. And the Tabaxi, you may have noticed, even though they keep taking down the signs, you don't want to get on Jabal's bad side by hiring outside contractors. Besides, Tabaxi are often pretty shady.
I heard that crime is dealt with pretty severely here. What
She nods.
What realm would dealing with those outside of the merchant princes be considered? Is
She's
that
like,
criminal or just frowned upon?
Well, it's not so much criminal, but Jobal runs the mercenary and we'll say expeditionary services in town. You might say he is a proprietor of making sure people stay alive, both in and outside of the port. So he's made a good fortune. He hires good people mostly, but I would say that I mean he made his fortune, and he survived himself. He knows what he's doing. He knows what to look for in guides. I wouldn't say that it is against the law per se. The law is a little fluid here in the port, but it definitely would not be looked upon favorably. Okay, you're not trapped. You're not trapped. You can.
Out 4 times. He keeps going in there for some reason.
I know he's a weirdo.
Please let me out. I'm so stuck.
It's like you can make it through the door. Like,
I love him so.
But yeah, she does say that if you like, I can introduce you to Jabal. He's like I said, he's an adventurer, and if you're heading out, it would behoove you to get on his good side. She's like, speaking of which, I happen to be quite good friends with him, and frankly, I've led several expeditions into the jungle that were successful. And, well, as I said, I wouldn't want you to get killed so easily out there. And she kind of gives you like this big smile. Kind of like flirtatious smile.
Tell you what, Salida. We're just getting settled in here, but if there's somewhere that'd be easy to find you once we've calmed down and we need to start looking for help, what would be best to do so?
And she nods, and then she kind of like extends her hand, like she's got something in it.
I take it.
Okay, it is a key with the number 217 on it, and she's like, and she kind of like gestures. She's like, just down the hall near the end.
To be clear, this would be for our party.
She's like, oh, you're not alone.
No, I'm not.
Oh, well, my mistake. But that's okay. I've led larger parties before. How many?
6, including me.
6. Oh, and that's including hirelings and mercenaries and porters and.
No, that's just us. If we need more, I guess we can investigate those needs.
Oh.
As they come up.
She nods and she's like, and you're sorry, it's none of my business. I don't want to pry, but suffice it to say that you won't find better than me. Remember the name Salida? And she kind of gives you a bit of a nod. And then she smiles and she says, and I would also, and she kind of like seems hesitant, like she doesn't really want to say what she's about to say. But she kind of like seems to kind of like reaffirm in her mind that yeah, I'm going to say this. But she's like, if you're, there are those that look upon your kind with ill intent. So I would be quite careful, particularly around any of the followers of Sokola.
Oh.
She's like, just a tip. I've only seen one or two of you before you come through, and well, let's just say that you don't want to draw, as it seems to be, you don't want to, but you don't want to draw too much attention to yourselves, especially when it comes to those fellows. They're rather unpleasant.
Well, you can understand I'm no stranger to those expressing unpleasant interest in myself due to my heritage. But I appreciate the heads up.
She nods and she's like, all right, well, I'm sorry, I'm sure you're getting settled in, like you said, and your companions must be waiting for you. Again, just keep me in mind, Salida. And then she turns and kind of like heads down the hall.
And I would just sort of clear my throat and hold up the key and say, you'll be here for several days?
And she's like, oh, yes, I permanently rent the room at the end there.
Good to know.
And then she just carries on down the hallway. Meanwhile, downstairs, the group is drinking Tej and looking
I would be just like sort of looking at the other patrons of the bar. Just kind of curious, sort of like new place, interesting people, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly non-locals. As you can imagine, that locals don't live at the inn. But
Sure.
And this time of day, it doesn't seem like it draws a huge like local crowd of like onlooker of like people, other than like the staff and stuff. But as you're kind of looking around, suddenly there's a dark shadow appears in the doorway, and the doorway, like, I imagine like a saloon door, like one of those swinging doors. The door kind of like kicks open, and you see this figure kind of stride in, and for a moment, like the band stops and like there's silence, and then they kind of look at the door, and standing in the doorway is a 4-foot tall dwarf with this kind of a scraggly beard and like one eye that's like constantly twitching. He's missing his left arm from the elbow down, and he's he's got like these straps of like leather. He's got what looks like 2 battle axes on his back, a mace at his side, like 3 daggers in his boots, and like this.
Cute.
And he kind of like gives like a grim look around, and then the band like Oland at the bar, he kind of like taps on the bar, and the band like starts up again. And he kind of like looks around, like gives him a shake, and then suddenly the dwarf in the doorway, he kind of shouts out and he's like, "There you are, you rat bastard! Musharib, get your ass out here!" And the albino dwarf that Tharkil's been talking to kind of turns his head and kind of like lets out like a heavy sigh, and he's got like a look in his eyes like, oh god. And he says, and in kind of like a soft voice, the albino dwarf kind of like stands up and kind of nods to him, and he's like, "Hugh, we are not competitors. I've told you this." And he's like, "Damn right you are, trying to steal the treasures of my clan just like those little newts before you. I'll see you gutted in the streets." And kind of like shakes his finger at him. And the guy's like, and then Olan's like, "No fighting in the bar." And Musharib's like sits back down, and Hugh's kind of like standing there, like pointing his finger at his back. And then he's like, "Sa! Coward!" And he walks up to the bar and he's like, cask of Tej. And he kind of like looks over and he's like, who in the hells are ye? Looking at you guys who are relatively close by.
I just like I don't say anything, but I just like hello.
And he's like, the bartender like hands him like this big cask, which he like fishes out some coins, just tosses them like over the counter, like bounce off the wall and like scatter on the floor, and the elf just kind of like gets this look like, fuck's sakes. And then he grabs the cask under like one arm and kind of like wobbles over and like slams it down. And he's like,
we are nobody. Who are you?
And he like literally like plops himself into an empty chair, which Aelin would probably be sitting in if he wasn't hauling luggage. And he sits down and just kind of like stares across. And like just his right eye's just like constantly just like twitching. And he's like,
I can't stop looking at it.
and he turns. He turns to probably. He kind of looks you over one at a time with like the stare. Then he looks over at Blackwood. He's like, "Ye an arc?"
Maybe.
He's like, you don't look like one of those orcs.
What's it to you?
He's like, I knew orcs in my day. Yeah, we knew orcs. We did. And he turns to the gnome. He's like, you goblin then?
He's definitely a goblin.
Absolutely.
He's like, yeah.
Know a lot of goblins.
He's like, oh, I know goblins. Bastards. Little Batiri bastards. With their masks and their stacks and their towers and their blowguns. I seen them. Oh, yeah. You don't look like them.
To her next. To Archie.
He turns, he's like, what? You pale? Why are you so pale? You gotta get some sun. Plenty of sun.
I take it you've seen lots.
Probably about this, pretty close to this time, you'd probably hear this dwarf yelling from down below the stairs, Andre, just so you know.
Yeah.
This is a quiet voice.
Roll my eyes and go down.
I'm pale because I wear a hat.
Because you live in a book.
He's like, books. I know books. I read. Don't say I don't.
Who's?
Is that how you lost your arm? Paper cut?
And he kind of like waves his stub. He's just kind of like, this? You want to know how I lost this? Oh, I'll tell you. And you hear Olin from the door. It's like, oh, here we go.
It's a melting accident.
He's like, 'twas nigh on 3 moons ago. Full moons. In the sky. And he kind of like gestures like he has an arm, but he doesn't.
In the sky?
He's like, yes,
like,
3 full moons in the sky. This was in my younger days. Well, my clan all but wiped out. Tinder, her name. Scourge of the southern coasts. And then he kind of peers at you all. He's like,
who's this?
so you heard of Tinder? No?
Have I heard of Tinder?
No.
Okay.
Local legend.
Do I have any knowledge
Please,
of
you tell more.
of like the southern dragons?
Probably not.
Okay.
What is Tinder?
Sick. Tinder is the great wet red worm what took over the mines. It's like my ancestral home. No matter what that bastard says, and he points towards the albino.
You both seem a little out of place.
He's like, Harakmar, great forge of my people. We were supposed to reclaim it for the glory. But no. Tinder would get in our way. And all of her little slithering newts.
So you got in a fight with this Tinder?
He's like, aye, a fight for the ages. Slew us to a man, took me arm and burned me face. And he kind of points where he's got like, you can notice now, it's mostly covered by his beard, but like his left half of his face, like from like the eye down onto his neck is burned. But it's mostly covered by his beard now. And
So
he's,
what? How did you get her attention? What?
he's like, how do you think we launched arrows at her from afar? Tried to draw her down
You
into a
guys-
trap. Those blasted
picked a
newts,
fight with a
clever little
dragon.
bastards. He's like, and nobody's brave enough to help me go out. Now I gotta go out there on my own and reclaim what's rightfully mine. And he points at you all and he's like, but you bunch, you be heading into the jungle? You want a job?
Sure.
Is the job to fight a red dragon?
He's like, aye, to fight back my homeland, to take the forge, reclaim the gauntlet. The gauntlet is my clan's legacy.
We have other business, I believe we were attending to first.
He's like, fire other business, looting ancient tombs and such. This is important, man, important. He slams his hand down on the, kind of spilling some of the drinks here and there.
Sure, we can do both.
I can see how well this would go.
And Olin kind of calls from the bar, and he's like, Hugh, stop harassing my patrons, or you'll have to leave again. And he's like, Fa! Shut up, elf! I'm not harassing them. We're friends now.
How big is this dragon?
He's like, bloody huge.
Everything's huge to a dwarf.
Does it breathe fire?
He's like, and he points to his face. He's like, what do you think, you daft nut goblin?
He's got you there.
And then he kind of gets this grim look on his face, and he's like, yeah, I'll encounter her again. I'll get the drop on her. I'll find her in her lair. I'll smash her eggs and skin her for shoes.
I tell you what there, dear friend. I do enjoy a good quarry, but I do have other things to attend to. So if you are still on this quest later and I run into you, I will join you on this hunt.
You guys sure we could leave tonight?
I just have other things to deal with first that are much more pressing for myself.
I guess if we paid for the room, maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah.
He kind of nods, and he's like, I know the jungle. I know the dangers, the terrors in the night that stalk those unwary, the beasts that would feed on your entrails before you knows they're coming. I know the ins and outs of the valleys. I know the rivers and the mountains like the back of my hand. Well, this hand anyway.
I hope so. Would you happen to know about the previous ventures? My friend here was looking for a colleague of hers that went out on a expedition.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of narrows his eyes. He's like, was it an expedition to the mines? Because if it was, I may have led them. But no one listens to old Hugh. They don't heed his words. They don't heed his warnings. They die in the jungle like fools. But I can keep you alive.
I'll let her fill you in the details of her colleague's expedition, but
He turns. He's like, well, what about them? Speak up.
Well, they apparently they went to Kitcher's Inlet.
Kitcher's Inlet. That's on the other side of the damn jungle.
Oh. Okay.
It's like, that's not the jumping on point you want. What you want is, you want to follow this river Soshin Star. I can take you there. Lots of tributaries. Gets confusing around the basin. I can take you past there, into the Kobold Peaks. That's where we'll find the mine. That's where we'll find the forge of Harakmar.
the name, does he know the name of the people, or the?
I'm not going to ask him.
Was he the one that led them there? We don't know if this is the.
No.
What was the name of the people that went there? I'll ask him that, not you, but just so that we know that.
He's like, how the hell am I supposed to know?
You led them there, did you not?
Like, what are you talking about, man?
You said you may have led them there anyway.
He's like,
I don't know
what you're talking about.
He said that you said he may have been the one that led them on the expedition, perhaps.
Only if they were the ones going to the mines.
Yeah.
And they're not going to the mines.
They're not.
Okay.
I would ask him if he knows about Mabala.
La Bamba?
Mabala.
La la bamba. He's like, Mbala, what you want with that ghost town?
Oh, well, its location first.
He's like, it's on the way, as it happens. On the way to the mine. I could show it to you. I could take you there. We do a quick stop there. We carry on to the mines. I'll waive the fee if you agree to that.
Of course. I think hopefully I can convince my companions to leave tonight. But why is it a ghost town?
He's like, why is any town a ghost town? Probably got eaten up by all the beasties. It's like, I wasn't going to climb all the way up there and find out neither.
What's east of Mambala?
I'm just drinking my drink at this point.
He's like, depends how far you're going to go. Jungle, then mountains.
Any Urlanga?
He's like, and he kind of just stares at you. He's like, what?
Urlangas? East of Mambala?
He kind of like looks at the rest of you. He's like, what's this goblin talking about? What's an Orluga? He's like, all gone mad. You got the mad monkey fever in you.
Well, he is a mad monkey. Look at him.
I'm here. I thought you were a wise guide.
You're spouting gibberish.
Don't even know about the Urlangas.
He's like, I know everything important to know.
Well,
and he kind of like puts down his cask, and you realize at this point it's empty.
I'd pass him mine. I have two. I'm definitely not done with my first one yet.
He grabs it.
He's drinking a cask.
Yeah.
Not a good mug. But it doesn't sound like he's turning it down, though.
Since you mentioned it, what is mad monkey fever? I've heard that before, but I don't.
And he looks at you. He's like, mad monkey fever. Many expeditions fall to it. And he's kind of like just staring at you intently. He's like, it'll make a man see crazy things in the dark, movement where there ain't none.
What causes it? That sounds terrible.
It is terrible. It causes you to see things that ain't there. Causes you to do things you don't want to do. It comes with the fog and the mist. You see the blue mist, lady, you run. You run the other way.
The who?
The mist, man! The mist!
Run from the mist.
At this point, I think I would have come back down, and I would just see them interacting with this dwarf and say, I think you found the dwarf that had mad monkey fever.
And he kind of jumps up and turns around. He's like, what do you know about it? Who are you? Who's this now? He's like, you're pale like the other one.
You're in my seat.
And he kind of like, you can see he's kind of like wobbling a little bit when he stood up. And he like literally grabs the mug that
I do the symbol of drinking. Point at the keg.
He grabs the mug that Jonah handed him and just like downs it, just spilling it down his chin. He throws it on the floor, kind of clatters away. And he's like, if you stop being cowards and want to help me retake me mine, I'm the only one that'll keep you alive in this damned jungle. You're all soft. You don't know the dangers, not like I have. You haven't seen the shit I've seen out there. And he kind of like stumbles towards the door, and he's like, you find me. You ask for Hugh Hackenstone.
Give him a thumbs up.
And he kind of like stumbles towards the door, and he turns around. He's like, you'll be dead in a week, and walks out the door.
I'd wave bye.
Oh, you missed half of the entertainment.
No, I had some entertainment of my own. It seems like we're somehow already a popular bunch. And I would just hold up the key. And,
well, I'm glad we didn't get his key.
I crossed paths with another one of the guides, Salida. Seemed keen to help us as well.
To help us or to help you?
I think she was interested in coin.
Hmm.
But
Are Archie's just looking at you with that kind of.
She did say she could introduce us to Joe Ball.
Oh.
Apparently they're friends. So that could be helpful for finding more information about your expedition.
Yeah.
I don't know. Either way, she'll be here for a while, so if we do...
I think we just nailed down the wild card information guy.
So, Archie, do we just need 2 rooms now?
I think we can all party in her
Can we
room.
get a refund?
No, I think we're good with the 3 rooms.
Okay.
Call you old-fashioned that way?
And as you guys are talking, you see the albino dwarf that was sitting over with Tharkle. He's kind of approaches your table kind of timidly, kind of stands back a little bit, and kind of just like kind of gesturing to kind of get your attention. He's like, excuse me.
Get out of here, Musharib.
I would have been like pointing to the door and it's been like, friend of yours.
And he sighs and he's like, yes, well, once I would have called that man friend. He has some issues.
He's had a few too many nights out in the woods alone.
It's like, well, the man's been through a lot, and he's lost a lot.
Yeah. I mean, losing everything. Plus,
he nods and he's like, he blames my clan for the loss of the mines, although in truth it had nothing to do with us. And he nods and he's like, but I apologies, I am Musharib. I felt it was necessary to introduce myself, as I don't want you getting the wrong idea with the accusations Mr. Hackenstone was throwing my way. I am a guide, and I am and he kind of nods, he's like, I am a spirit warrior, and I, unlike Mr. Hackenstone, my clan has a legitimate claim on the ruins of Harakmar. We guarded it for hundreds of years before him and his expedition came along and wanted to claim it for his clan. Anyways, he's like, you don't need to know the politics of it, but believe me, I would like nothing more than to clear out that den from those serpent creatures, but, well, getting there is difficult at best, and I've yet to have anyone bring me up on my offer. I would like to echo Hugh's offer and waive my fee if you would help me instead reclaim those ruins.
And what about the dragon that's supposed to be there?
He's like, the dragon doesn't lair in the mines. She, at best, ranges from the cauldron in the south to the peaks of flame.
That's supposed to be tower.
Yeah, he seems very kind of calm and just cordial and relatively genuine, as far as you can tell. Yeah, and he kind of he kind of nods. He's like, well, anyways, I won't take up any more of your time, but frankly, as Hugh doesn't, and he kind of like pauses. He's like, I don't mean to speak ill of him. Like I said, the man's been through a lot, and his prowess in battle and his knowledge of the land, yes, it is impressive, but he's unhinged, he is unpredictable, and frankly, he is impulsive, and those kind of traits can get you killed out in the jungle. I have a spiritual connection to this land, and I can get you to where you need to go much more safely, if not quite as quickly as he may want to. But he'll take you through the lion's den, whereas I will take you on safer paths. Anyways, Musharib is my name, and if you are in need of a guide, I would offer my services. I can wait to reclaim my homeland. Eventually, I will want to do it, but if you have other places to go, I'm willing to work with you and show you my worth before you agree to work with me. However, I don't work for free if we're not going to be going to the mines. Anyways, I will leave you to it. I'm sure the city is overwhelming and much to consider.
If we do indeed want to hire your services, where's the best place to find you?
He's like, oh, just simply contact Jobal. He can make the arrangements.
Where can we find Jobal?
He's like, yes, of course. Jobal resides, as do most of the merchant princes, in the upper levels of the city. But specifically, you'll want to make your way to Golden Throne. That is the Hall of Government. You can't miss it, and he kind of points in the general direction of that building that had the big flag on the top. He's like, just head up past the Temple of Gond and past the Temple of Savras, cross the bridge, and, well, you can't miss it from there. And he's like, and then he kind of points, and he's like, and that bit of guidance is free.
Much appreciated.
Sorry, John, you were going to ask something?
Is there anything we can do to leave a good impression, make a good first impression with Jabal? Or anything we should avoid doing to leave a sour taste?
He kind of thinks a little bit. And... Sorry, what would he say? He says, well, Jobal was an explorer in his day, hence his expertise in the area. He has a fascination for old manuscripts and maps. If you could bring him something that would pique his interest, he would probably look favorably upon that.
I think we're in luck then. You're very helpful, just like that other dwarf. Maybe we can work together, all three of us.
His eyes kind of widen at the prospect. And he's like, well, I have nothing against you, but... Well, our aims don't exactly align, and
Hey, I thought you wanted to take over the mine, both of you.
Well, yes, but not jointly.
Oh.
Plus, right now, I'm not entirely sure. My opinion is that he's really high-strung, and I'm not sure how he would do myself.
Sometimes working with somebody who's different from you is a good thing.
Yeah, just...
He nods, and he says, well, I'm always willing to give diplomacy a chance, but I think you'll find that Hugh will not be open to the prospect. But if you can convince him, I have no... I should say, I was going to say I have no reservations. That it would be a lie. But I would... I mean, a job's a job, and if it will assist me in reclaiming what is ours, I'd be willing to try. Anyways, he kind of nods, and he's like, well, I will leave you to it. Thank you again. And then he kind of turns to go, and he turns back, and he says, you may have seen a posting for a pair of tabaxi. And he just kind of shakes his head. He's like, I wouldn't trust them. They're not sanctioned by Jobal, and for good reason.
I keep hearing this about them. What? They're just probes that just are out to no good, or what seems to be...
He's like, I've just heard rumors of, accidents occurring out in the wild. And expedition's not going the right way. He's like, frankly, you need an experienced guide that answers to an authority, not a wild card scoundrel or thief that answers only to themselves. That's a good way to get your pockets emptied and left in a river somewhere. But
How do you feel about Ferrul and Gondolo?
he's like, they're relatively new. They're not from Chult. All I can say is they've somehow got a charter from Jobal, but you probably want someone who actually knows what they're doing.
So the two cat people must be working with another group of people outside of the city if they're in fact having accidents.
And he shrugs. He's like, I wouldn't know anything about that, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Like I said, they don't answer to any authority in town here, and frankly, if Jobal ever caught them within the walls, well, I don't think it would go well for them. He's like, but I will leave you. I don't want to spread any more rumors. It's I'm sure you'll make a wise decision. And he kind of nods and heads out the door. He kind of pauses at the door and kind of like looks out in both directions. And then kind of seemingly satisfied, he like pushes his way out the door and leaves.
Who was he talking to? The captain or the first mate?
He was talking to Tharkle, who is the bosun.
The medic.
Right.
The guy that buys anything?
Is he still in here?
Yeah, he's still at the bar, kind of nursing a drink. Maybe eating a plate of like veggies.
I'm gonna go up to him.
Before you get up, I would just quickly and quietly say, one other thing that Salida let me know is that man we saw at the fountain with the bird. Apparently, he and his followers or folks of his kin may not look too kindly upon us. Just beware.
I'll try to keep a low profile.
I'm not talking to you, Jonah.
Okay. I wonder why.
Are they
I didn't
chicken
ask.
chokers? Who are they? Like I have. What are we looking out for? This I guess. What would you call it? It's not a. Is it a religion or is it a?
Followers of Sekolah.
They seem to be followers of a deity named Sekolah, which is god of sharks and the hunt, known as the Devourer. I don't know much about him.
And then they choke chickens into fountains.
I mean, it seems like
Makes
some
sense, actually. The water, blood.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
trying
it
to
seems
call
like
it.
a ritual to their god. I don't know enough about it.
Oh no,
I didn't know sharks ate birds.
Well,
I think sharks eat anything.
But it might
I
be the
think-
blood,
Yeah,
right?
I
Like-
guess.
they always show up where blood is.
I say
But-
sharks have a thing with blood, so it might be something about putting blood in the water.
True, and birds
Well,
aren't real, so maybe
I'm
sharks aren't
only-
real now.
Venturing a wild shot out there, could be just a pointless pagan religion that he's doing, or a
But that's
blessing of the water. Or,
The symbolism of putting blood in the water could be trying to call this shark god, you know.
I mean, it depends. Who knows? I know nothing about religion. I'm just stabbing in the dark about that one.
A
Just,
lot about religion.
some people see blood as life. Some people see it as death.
I gotta stop
So-
letting roosters in this tavern.
I imagine it's kind of like Hawaii, where there's like just wild roosters like roaming the streets outside.
Just
People are
talk
eating
everywhere.
beans and
Wow.
rice and chicken.
I think there's more guides in this tavern than there are roosters. I'm gonna start looking for more. Do I see any?
It's only 3 so far. I mean, this is where all the people that are going to go out in the jungle generally stay. Of course, there'll be guides hanging around. You don't see anybody else that looks like a guide in the tavern right now.
I do want to go up and just talk to Tharkle for a second. I just want to get his opinion on the guy he was just talking to, asking if he knows him
I'm just kind of curious why he was talking with him. That's
Yeah, like
Well,
Musha. Musha.
Yeah,
Musha Reed.
Tharkle kind of like nods too, and he's like, "So, getting your bearings in the city? What do you think of the port so far?"
It's a very interesting place. Very eclectic.
He's like, "Yeah, that's the word for it."
Do you know about their hatred for magic, or who, or why?
He's like, "Oh, yeah, you encountered some of that, eh? Ah,
Yeah, they
it's super.
spitting.
Yeah, it's a superstition. I mean, it goes deep in the peoples around here. You know, they worship unlike proper folk who, and he kind of like gives a sidelong glance kind of at Blackwind, and he's like, well, we know the gods, and it kind of like points to the symbol of Torm around his neck. He's like, we worship them. We follow their tenets, but the old guard, the old magic, which runs deep in the blood of the peoples here, they worship the spirits of the land, harkening back to who knows how long. I'm not a scholar, but apparently this land apparently was founded by the great spirit Ubtao. Not sure if you heard of him, but I'm sure it'll come up sooner rather than later. But I don't know. Apparently, he did something long ago that it was important to the land, and this land is his essentially, and all this nature spirits and primal powers are his to command and control. And outside gods and outside magic it's not so much that they dislike it; they just see it as unnatural.
Oh, okay.
It, like I said, superstition.
So somebody like me may not go over well. I just sort of like,
Just don't flash it willy-nilly around,
He's like, oh,
especially inside the city.
yeah, and he kind of nods, and he's like, I mean, they're not going to like burn you at the stake or something, but yeah, I mean, if they realize that you're a, and kind of like under his breath, it's like a wizard. If they realize
Harry.
that you you have that kind of power, not all of them, and like I said, not everyone thinks this way. So, but I would just say, if it's not necessary, just try to be mindful of your surroundings and who may be watching. Drawing attention to yourself in that way, you may find prices to be slightly higher and services not to be available to you. It might close some doors you might want opened, that kind of thing.
so I'm just doubly screwed being a divine touched wizard.
Just be more selective where you're using it, and not in the open if you can avoid it.
No,
Like willy-nilly, though.
Right, but I am an ASMR. I am literally touched by the gods, and you can see it on my face.
Well, yeah, I guess they're like only a specific god. So
That's what I mean, right? So it's like, and
just
I'm
put a bag over your head.
I'm just twice the fun here.
And he kind of shrugs and he's like, but I mean, I wouldn't think too much of it. I mean, there's been plenty of wizards and others passing through the city here, and only a few people have disappeared.
She gets this look on her face like,
And he kind of just like smiles. He's like, lighten up a little.
okay,
He's like, we are in paradise after all.
it's only my life.
And he's like, anyways, yeah, the dwarf, he seems nice.
Yeah. Do you know him well, or just a
He's like-
casual?
He's like, nah, he was here when I came in. I never met him before. We were just talking. Interesting fellow, friendly enough.
Cool. Okay. He approached us, and I just wanted to see if you knew him.
And he shakes his head. He's like, nope, can't say I do.
Okay. Thank you. Enjoy your drink.
Do you know much else about the city? Say the what was that other temple with the grandfather? Sorry, that was the sconce. Or...
Savras.
Severus one, yeah. I knew it started with an S.
he nods and he's like, truth be told, I haven't really frequented any of the temples in town. I wish they had some proper, righteous gods like Tyr or Torm, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. But I'm sure they'll set one up soon enough.
True enough. Just one walk across this city already, and we've encountered a colorful array. Many colors of people and many shades of crazy.
He nods and he's like, and he kind of like whispers to you, and he's like, honestly, I think it's the heat.
That or the bugs.
He's like, and he nods. He's like, yeah, the blasted bugs.
What do you know?
He's like, wait till the sun starts going down. You want to see bugs?
They get bigger.
and he kind of, his eyes, he kind of like just solemnly looks at you and just nods. They get bigger.
Guess who's coming to dinner?
Is it safe to be out in the city at night? Or
he's like, oh yes, behind the walls. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, relatively. I mean,
safe as
every city has footpads, but the Golden Council keeps a pretty strict and dim view of robbing, especially of foreigners. As you can imagine, much of their trade is coming from outside of the continent, and there's a lot of money to be had, and they can't have a reputation of, wealthy merchants and traders being killed in the streets. So if you're caught thieving or stealing or harassing the, they'll quickly send you off to Executioner's Run.
cool.
Now, is that just a name, or is that literally just then you're getting executed?
The executioner's running.
He kind of nods and he's like, oh, it lives up to its name. They toss you in the pit if you can make it to the far end and without being killed, you get a pardon.
And how likely?
That's awesome.
What's the
That's
likelihood?
cool.
He's like, well, you don't have any weapons, armor, gear, so it's kind of, I mean, you run fast. Sometimes they toss beasties in, depends on the severity of the crime.
Or if you're about to get away.
And he's kind of under his breath, he's like, and if you're looking to make a little bit of cash on the side, people do bet on the chances of the outcomes of the race.
That sounds awesome.
That is horrifying.
Let's all do it.
I want to do this run.
And he's like, easy then. Commit a crime and get caught. He's like, and he kind of shakes his head. He's like, I'm kidding. That's bad advice.
It sounds like a win-win.
I
You
mean,
get something for free, and you get to do the run.
He's like, if you and he's like, well, and probably around this time, Oland, who's relatively unassuming behind the bar, kind of like sidles over, like he's been listening this whole time, and he's like, you're looking to compete in, let's say, dangerous pursuits?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Tell me all about it.
He's like, well, Executioner's Run, no, that's not the way to go. I mean, that's a way to go if you really don't feel like... But if you want to make some real money, once every 10 day, you'll want to get in on the dinosaur races.
This sounds dangerous.
Okay, you have my interest.
And he's like, you've not heard of this, not yet. You must be. Oh, right, you just arrived today. You must. He's like,
brand
no.
new.
7 days from now, in fact, but once every 10 day, there is the Great Dinosaur Race. They cordon off the streets of the city. They set up a course, and as the name implies, the greatest racers, race. There's a whole bunch of older, younger, different breeds, different styles, but and different jockeys. But it is a wonderful time. You could make some money. You could lose your shirt. He's like, if you're really brave and you can get a sponsor, you could try racing yourselves. He's like, but yeah, the next one and he kind of like counts on his hand, like making sure he knows what day it is. He's like, yeah, it should be probably 7 days from today will be the next event. He's like, Prince Akane runs the events. He's like, or if you're looking for something a bit more, a little less on the racing front and more on the just physical front, he kind of like points like out the window and like up at the hill that's like right outside, and he's like, you could try your luck in the Coliseum.
There's a Coliseum too.
Does it have dinosaurs?
He's like, on occasion, yes. Depends on the events. They have one-on-one bouts. They have tournaments. Sometimes it's team versus team. Sometimes it's single. Sometimes it's versus beasts. Sometimes it's team versus beasts. It all depends on what they catch out in the jungle. Sometimes they bring in a particularly nasty beastie. In fact, I think it was last year sometime. They brought in this great beast with this massive, like, its tail was probably 15 feet long with huge spikes. Well, they riled that sucker up and let it loose. It took 12 gladiators to take it down, and they lost half of their number. But it was spectacular, and I'm not gonna, I tell you, I bet that only 6 would live. The payout.
Very nice. Now, is it merely martial practices, or since magic is frowned upon, do they also frown upon that in the Colosseum?
He's like, well, it depends on the event. Sometimes they have team events. I don't think there's any rules against magic. It depends on the rules. The events, they shake it up, so it really depends what they pit you against. If they knew that you had magic, now they'd have to know up front so they could pit you up against something appropriate. They don't want any quote unquote cheating if it's supposed to be a martial, event or something. He's like, anyways, Akine Afa, he's the merchant prince. He runs the gladiatorial games, he runs Executioner's Run, and he runs the dinosaur races. He's the one that you'd want to talk to. If you want some kind of under the table action, you could stop by the Temple of Timora. There's some gambling halls there, but if you're looking for something that's like, get that adrenaline flowing. And he's like, and you didn't hear any of that from me? He's like, the gladiatorial games are usually monthly. But they usually try to figure out the competitors in the events and have the tournaments are usually monthly. But they'll try to figure out exactly what the event will be in advance. So, and he kind of looks at you and he says, but, and not all of it's to the death, you might think, but having people die constantly is actually pretty bad for business, it turns out. So a lot of the times it's till first blood, or you're not actually looking to kill. Now, fighting beasties, they don't play by the same rules, but
no,
usually it's not to the death unless it's a special event.
And when he pointed, did he point right to the Did he point like to the behind?
No, to the really steep hill with those like switchback stairs leading up to it. That's where he was pointing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, I gotta hit level 2, and then I'm down to do the run.
Get that extra movement speed.
Yeah. Go from moving 60 feet around to 120 feet around.
And he kind of, he would probably just emphasize again that Executioner's Run is not an event you enter. It's an event that you're put in. But the betting, on the other hand, anybody can go and bet on the outcomes.
I mean, I could find a way to enter.
Yeah. I'd bet on you.
I'm sure Archie's probably thinking, right, low profile.
We're going to go talk to all the princes.
I look at our group, I'm like, yeah, we are all screaming low profile right now.
I wear a big hat and a high collar, it's fine.
That's one thing, yes.
So, I think it's 9:45. I broke one of my very first rules, and I didn't have an official break today, so I apologize. I will try to actually have a break around 7 or so.
It was mostly roll, like it wasn't intense, so like everybody could cycle in and out.
Well,
Except
yeah.
for you.
Yeah, it was pretty. There's a lot of shit to keep straight and try to get across with information when you first get here. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah. A lot
Was
of,
I
lot of
rolling?
laying down the
I couldn't tell if
groundwork.
I was rolling.
Yeah, I saw some rolls from you. I didn't
Okay.
react because, quite frankly, you
No,
rolled
I know.
shit on a couple of your rolls.
I know. At first, I wasn't sure if, like, I thought maybe I dropped because I put it on the hotbar, and then I thought maybe I put I dragged the wrong thing down onto the hotbar so it wouldn't roll. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. So, you guys have probably seen about a third to half of what the city has to offer so far.
Yeah.
There's a lot here, and believe me, you don't have to do everything, but I feel like once you guys start having like clear goals, you'll start whittling down, who to talk to and what you're gonna do next and stuff. But there is a lot because it's a big city, and this is like the only city in this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I kind of wanted to get to the inn because the like barkeep innkeeper is always like they're also a good place for information on the city.
Problems.
Yeah. So we'll probably wrap it up here for now. I would like to just take a moment, if you guys don't mind, like I said in session 0, just kind of do a quick roundtable and just kind of rose and thorns, what you liked or maybe didn't like so much about the session. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be anything major. And if you can't think of anything, no big deal. Also, I just want to remind you guys about inspiration. Nobody gave it out to anybody yet. And I know it's a new thing, but just remember that you have the power to give other people inspiration. I may hand you guys some inspiration at the end, and I'll figure out if there's XP so far. I know you guys haven't done a hell of a lot as far as like quests. You're just learning about the place, but so let's just do a quick
safely.
a quick round table. So I'll just go by cameras. Andre, what do you think? Rose and thorns?
Me first. I'm trying to think. I mean, I enjoyed all the RP everyone was doing. I enjoyed all the characters we met. The Sekola stuff is intriguing and mysterious.
I'm really bummed I rolled so low.
You can't learn everything in session 1.
I know, but that one directly affects me now, and I was like, oh, come on.
Any thorns?
Nothing was really like a bummer. No.
Yeah.
All right. Liz.
I will say.
Oh, sorry.
Just as a so that we all remember is that the next thing we wanted to do was to go back out to the markets.
Yeah, and I will.
That's the plan, I think.
Just real quick on that note, I will probably update. I know you guys are taking good notes and everything because I threw a lot at you, so you probably have breadcrumbs for 20 quests right now. But so there's lots to do. There's lots of options, and I didn't want to give analysis paralysis to you guys, but it's kind of hard. If you want to like focus on your personal main quests, or if you want to go do those little things to try to kind of gain some experience or whatever. But I might update a couple. Actually, I haven't really taken a quest yet, so I don't think I'll update any quests personally. They're just breadcrumbs at this point.
Personally, all it is so far is just little, little markers, almost just like okay, there was this.
Yeah,
I can't keep up with some of it sometimes. I'm just like,
I'll say that this isn't really a thorn, but it's definitely going to prove to be difficult, and maybe that's just how it's supposed to be. Is like we don't really have any idea like how doable any of these quests should be for us right now.
Yeah.
So like we could be like, yeah, Selena will help you with your thing, and then we're immediately overwhelmed. Not that it would be designed that way,
I
we
will.
Just don't really know.
So on that note, and then we'll continue the roundtable. But on that note, I will let you guys know that, like, just in general, this is kind of meta knowledge. So try not to make it affect you too much in character. But in general, the further away you get from Port Nyanzaru, the more difficult it's going to get. So if you have something like the Red Dragon Mines that's a way across the jungle, that's probably a higher quote-unquote level thing.
I was going with the red dragon.
Things that you can do in the city without leaving the city, or in the general short vicinity around the city, are probably the stuff that is lower. They're less dangerous. Just because you can, go back in the city and rest. You're not going that far, or you're not too far from safety, right?
Yeah.
So just in general, just keep that in mind. I'm not gonna I will, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna sprinkle in the foreshadowing of the bigger stuff. I'm just gonna try to make it relatively obvious, like I did with the pirates. Like, when you're more seasoned, come back and see me.
Seasoned adventurers only.
Yeah.
Should ask the innkeeper if he has any rat problems.
Yeah. Liz, rose or thorns? Anything specific that stood out to you, good or bad?
I'm really enjoying getting sort of a feel for everybody's characters. That's because everyone's very new. I don't know. It's tough. I like everything.
Okay, that's good.
I don't like that I'm specifically targeted in multiple ways here.
Hey, I didn't build your character. I had all this in place before I knew what you guys were playing. Just FYI.
Damn it. Every time.
Okay. What about you, John? Rose and thorns? Anything that stood out?
Yeah, I like the role play. I like the fact that the city has a lot of different avenues we can go off, even if they're like silly stuff like dinosaur racing. So it's a nice little
Death race.
pleasant break from world-ending catastrophes. Thorns, I guess the only thing I would say is sometimes it's hard to keep track of people's names, specifically maybe spellings. So
Yeah,
sometimes I have to.
that's a good point. On that note, I will say again, being the port and this kind of jumping off point for a lot of these quote unquote quests and storylines and plots. There's going to be a lot of names and things thrown at you, especially in the beginning. Hopefully, as we go along, they'll become more and more familiar, and it won't be as onerous to keep track of. And then on the note about the spellings and stuff, if ever I'm talking too fast or you want me to type it out, just interrupt me and just be like, hey, what exactly, who was that, and can you spell that out? And I'll slow down, because I know sometimes I just toss things out while I'm talking without slowing down sometimes for you guys to take notes. So if I'm going too fast, definitely jump in and tell me.
Having the pins on the map is really nice.
Yeah.
That's
Because I just wanted that so you guys could go back when you're not directly doing something and be like, oh, what was that again? Oh, yeah, okay.
It has a note on it, so you don't have to write that as a note per se.
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, that's actually a really big help.
Yeah,
otherwise
I'll do the same in the overworld too, right? There's going to be a whole bunch of pins in the overworld too when you start going further out.
It just makes it easier to remember what something was when I can just find it on the map and then I know.
Yeah.
Directly to
And
that
I really wish and remember, if you guys want to note something specifically, I don't know if you can. I think you can. They're public. Maybe check if you can
can't make pins.
But can you edit the notes that I've shared with you?
I edited the all those little pictures that you sent us. I put it under notes just to see if I could.
No, the ones that you have made, we cannot edit.
I made it private, but
Oh.
I put it on the notes, but I copied those pictures and I put them in the notes under wilderness guide posted at Harbor.
Oh, hey, that's handy. Nice.
So I just put all those pictures. Let's see, I can edit it so that it is.
Oh yeah, and then you can just click on them and open them all up. Nice.
Actually, I got to figure out how to make it.
Here, I can make it public. There you go.
Okay. So anyways, so if you're looking for all the pictures or whatever, just go to the notes and it's at the bottom.
Yeah. You can also find them in the maps section if you go into uncategorized.
Yeah, but that's where I got it from. But it's just, right now I was hoping to be able to make a very own page or something on it.
Yeah, no, it's handy.
All that stuff.
For some reason, the first one isn't working for me, but all the other ones are.
Oh, yeah, it hasn't.
Yeah, it did something weird. Yeah, that's why it's hollow, I think.
Yeah.
So, anyways, it's easy. You just you just do what you do with the editing of your character sheets with that little brown thing.
Yeah.
And then you can add, and then once you put add, then you just start dragging stuff onto it. So, if you got little highlights that you want to keep anyways, it seems to work for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to hunt it down.
And Ryan, do you have any specific rose or thorns about this session? I know it's early, but
just my accent fighting. It's hard to do an accent and stick with it.
yeah. I'm pretty sure Hugh's accent changed 3 times as I was talking, so it's fine.
It's hard to because it's like I go between like speaking and then just describing, and then it just bounces around. But anyways,
The more you play the character too, the more it'll kind of.
yeah, I'm not very good at it. I can do a really bad Arnold impersonation, but it's only on like certain key lines.
Yeah.
But you know, you get these and you drop the A's, and
That's why my character's accent is just upbeat. Hello.
I thought I'd try something different anyway. So I'll probably be bouncing back and forth. But anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah,
I
no.
have extreme demeanor. That's it. That's my accent.
Okay, so I'm gonna end the stream pretty quick. So I'm just gonna do a quick outro, 30 seconds, and I'm gonna end the stream. I won't jump off Discord quite yet, but so we're gonna end here. So yeah, thanks so much for watching this episode of Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, session 1. We live stream our games nearly every Sunday night around 4 p.m. Pacific time on Twitch, and you can catch up on sessions posted to YouTube. Go to youtube.com/pinwarp. If you enjoyed spending this time, consider giving the channel a follow, turn on your notifications, and you'll see when we go live so you never miss an episode. Thank you again. Thank you to all my players, and have a great night.
Night.